Welcome to day two.
Mountain too tall that you won't climb. No shadow too dark that you won't light. Who am I that you keep me inside your mind? And I can't count the many, many things you do. Where I fought day, you've never seen. be good, God. You just say show yourself. You be good, God. Good God, oh, you be good, God. You just say show yourself. You be good, God. Say you be good, God. There's no mountain to tall that you won't climb. No shadow to dark that you won't light. Oh, am I that you keep me inside your mind? And I can't count the many, many things you do. Where I fought you've never seen that. The glory of God, congratulations, He has done it for you. Said I you him choose in 1 month, in 1 week. You will sing a new song in 2 days, lesser than you will hear. Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for you. And you will come back with a new song to sing. God is good. Yes, you will come again with a new song of praise. God is good. Oh, congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, congratulations. Say what the Lord has done for you. Congratulations. God is good. Said I you him choose in 1 month, in 1 week. You will sing a new song in 2 days, lesser than you will hear. Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for you. And you will come back with a new song to sing. God is good. Yes, you will come again with a new song of praise. God is good. Oh, congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, congratulations. Say what the Lord has done for you. Congratulations. God is good.
Welcome to day 2.
I keep saying it, that the salvation and redemption of Nigeria will never come through the government. It will come through the private sector. And Copen is showing us the way that the private sector can be so deeply enmeshed, not only in wealth creation, but also in building capacities in every walk of life, in making sure that people, young and old, get skills that they can use to survive in the kind of world we're living today.
Copen Group, building lives and structures.
Say you be good, God. There's no mountain too tall that you won't climb. No shadow too dark that you won't light. Who am I that you keep me inside your mind? And I can't count the many, many things you do. Where I fought Dave, now you say that.
On that note, it's my pleasure and distinct honor to present to you Dr. Samuel Onyishi for your human development impact in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Copen Group, building lives and structures.
I started as a bus conductor. I was a bus driver. I stopped driving in 1998 when I was in my third year in the university. And by the time I left university, I consolidated in transport and I left all my other businesses. Of course, before I joined transport, I was a motor spare parts dealer. And God used me for a miracle.
Copen Group, building lives and structures.
We've been talking about the 4 forces that shape us and determine what we do. And those 4 forces are actually your intellectual capacity, and that's which is your reasoning ability. You have it, I have it. And made in the image of God, this reasoning ability actually is infinite. It all depends on how you are managing your faculties. Then the other thing they talked about again is the emotional intelligence, the ability to control yourself, manage yourself, and then relate well with other people. Then they talked about social intelligence, which is if you are attending this summit, what you take out of here depends on your social intelligence, really. You can come in here, sit fixed, or you can come in here, exchange cards, interact with people. That's social intelligence. And that's what really networking, what it's all about. And then, like I said, the big one, which underlies everything we do, is spiritual intelligence, which is being able to listen to the small voice in you, make use of unknown forces that are everywhere here. Even science says that we are, each one of us is a mass of energy, high speed vibration, which means what is coming back to us is just what we're giving out. What you sow is what you get back. That's in summary what it is all about.
Copen Group, building lives and structures.
We've been talking about the four forces that shape us and determine what we do. And those four forces are actually your intellectual capacity, which is your reasoning ability.
After service, we put out two of them 260,000. And I was able to grow two buses from 1994 to about 4,000. I refused to move my head office to Lagos or to Abuja or to Port Harcourt. Peace March Transit from inception has been in Enugu, and till today I'm still in Enugu. In fact, there's no transporter my size that has its head office in the southeast. I'm the only one standing. It is because I recognize that
I've been working with, serving with Reverend Ugochukwu Chime at Redan for the past 12 years, and
But listening to speakers, people talk about their business, how they grew, how everything went for them, and even times when they felt like they wanted to break down, they did not break down. And I said, when I got home, and I said, I'm going to push up, I'm going to continue. And then after I graduated last year, I was meant to go for service because God Fokoye did not go to law school. But I said I was not going to go for service. I was going to implement everything I learned into this 1 year. And the 1 year has been
Good God, oh, you be good God. You just say show yourself, you be good God. Good God, oh, you be good God. You just say show yourself, you be good God. Say you be good God, there's no mountain to top.
An award of recognition presented to Professor Chinedu Nebo for integrity, excellence, and global impact in human development. Thank you, Prof.
Copen Group, building lives and structures.
Dr. Ifeanyi Okoye, thank you so much. On behalf of Amadeo Initiatives, it is my pleasure to present this award for diversified socio-economic impact in Nigeria award to a great achiever, a visionary achiever, a believer in the economy of Nigeria, great investor, building industry and building men. I want to appreciate him, and Amadeo Initiatives is giving this award to him today. And we believe that if we continue to believe in the economy of Nigeria despite the up and downs, and if we continue to build men and build industries. Thank you.
Copen Group, building lives and structures.
Increasing Enugu's GDP from $4.4 billion to $30 billion in the next 8 years. And he cannot do it alone. He can only do it with partners like Copen Group. He urges Copen Group to continue to do well in his chosen endeavor and also encourage other well-meaning Enugu state indigenes to copy from Copen Group's initiatives.
Copen Group, building lives and structures.
Dr. Ifeanyi Okoye. Thank you so much. On behalf of Amadeo Initiatives, it is my pleasure to present this award for diversified socio-economic impact in Nigeria award to a great achiever, a visionary achiever, a believer in the economy of Nigeria, great investor, building industry and building men. I want to appreciate him, and Amadeo Initiatives is giving this award to him today. And we believe that if we continue to believe in the economy of Nigeria despite the up and downs, and if we continue to build men and build industries. Thank you.
Copen Group.
Present this award of recognition to Honorable Unolim Naji for selfless and sacrificial service to humanity.
Copen Group, building lives and structures.
That was at Nike Lake Hotel in 2001. I was 40 years old, and I was sitting in the midst of the drink going on. And I said, Lord, I want to be like this man. And he said, you have 30 years to intentionally write out what will be written about you when you are 70. Because I was 40 years at that time. At Amadeo Initiatives, we seek in our own little way to show that sacrificial and selfless love that God calls his people to. This summit, therefore, is an annual opportunity to take stock of and appraise what we have done, what we are doing, and what we want to do, as we are trying to express that love of and for God. It's also an opportunity for us to appreciate those who are donors of prayers, donors of time, donors of goodwill, donors of influence, and donors of other resources towards the actualization of the Amadeo Initiative project. It is in this regard I wish to appreciate the gracious and generous people who have shown commitment to Amadeo Initiatives and its various expressions. We are grateful for your collaboration and support that have strengthened our capacity to serve. These individuals who refer to Amadeoites have given themselves over to join hands with us in the love of God to collectively impact our society. We appreciate the unwavering commitment of these Amadeoites to providing selfless and sacrificial service in various realms where they find themselves.
Copen Group, building lives and structures.
It's a pinnacle of a beacon of success, and it's a light that allows other light. I've been working with, serving with Reverend Ugochukwu Chime at Redan for the past 12 years, and is a pinnacle of a beacon of success, and is a light that allows other lights to shine, and is a good ambassador of Enugu State. He has imparted, he has done so much for us in our association.
Copen Group, building lives and structures.
God prepared me for this place. I refused to move my head office to Lagos or to Abuja or to Port Harcourt. Peace Mass Transit from inception has been in Enugu. And till today, I'm still in Enugu. In fact, there's no transporter my size that has its head office in the southeast. I'm the only one standing. It is because I recognize that God prepared me for this place. I was in Nsukka and I became #1 in passenger transport in Nigeria. And then I was even #2 and I was still #3. Until I decided to leave, I remained the #1.
Copen Group, building lives and structures.
But that is a story for another day. You see, people lose their businesses or lose their opportunities because they don't plan. God gives opportunity. Most of us have had such opportunities or even more. But why did we lose them? We lost them because we refused to plan. Even when we plan, we are not disciplined enough to keep to our plan. Many companies have budgets at the end of the year. But how many companies run their budgets? How many companies at the end of the year even look at how many percent of this my budget was I able to perform? Some will perform 20%, 30%, 40, maximum 50, 60. But I tell you, any budget that you prepared that you are not able to perform up to 80, 85% is a failed budget.
Copen Group, building lives and structures.
But that is a story for another day. You see, people lose their businesses or lose their opportunities because they don't plan. God gives opportunity. Most of us have had such opportunities or even more. But why did we lose them? We lost them because we refused to plan. Even when we plan, we are not disciplined enough to keep to our plan. Many companies have budgets at the end of the year. But how many companies run their budgets? How many companies at the end of the year even look at how many percent of this my budget was I able to perform? Some will perform 20%, 30%, 40, maximum 50, 60. But I tell you, any budget that you prepared that you are not able to perform up to 80, 85% is a failed budget.
Copen Group, building lives and structures.
But that is a story for another day. You see, people lose their businesses or lose their opportunities because they don't plan. God gives opportunity. Most of us have had such opportunities or even more. But why did we lose them? We lost them because we refused to plan. Even when we plan, we are not disciplined enough to keep to our plan. Many companies have budgets at the end of the year. But how many companies run their budgets? How many companies at the end of the year even look at how many percent of this my budget was I able to perform? Some will perform 20%, 30%, 40, maximum 50, 60. But I tell you, any budget that you prepared that you are not able to perform up to 80, 85% is a failed budget.
Copen Group, building lives and structures.
Current situation is that you prepare a budget. Before mid-year, you have lost 60% of the budget. Just this year, we lost about 45% of the value of the naira. So which budget can stand in this kind of environment? Who has made a budget before and they made a provision of 100% for what we call a budget? So it means that budgets are no longer working here, but there is a way up to it. The way is to see yourself as a messenger. You are a carrier of a message. You are a service provider. And then at any point in time, as situations come, fail, progress, and go and so on, you just keep faith that this is where I am today. And this is what God has provided for me today. And this is what I can work with today. And once you get to that point that you are satisfied because you know that this is what God has provided and you have used it in service to God. Because you are not God. Therefore, the budget cannot be 100%. So whatever the situation, you are just an agent. You can only give what you have, and God knows what you have. At the moment you deliver what you have, God will be happy. And if God is happy, you have to be happy.
Copen Group, building lives and structures.
After all, why are we making money? We are making money to give service. Why are we making money? Why are we working? We're working to be happy. If you make all the money and you're not happy, money has made you. It is not you that made money. So money will make some people, but few will make money. If you have money and you can't sleep, you did not make money. Money made you.
Copen Group, building lives and structures.
The way to go is to make a plan. Every year have a budget. Follow your budget. Follow your budget. Be disciplined enough to listen to your budget. And in doing that, there is a secret. The secret is that you have to prove that. Of course, plus 10, plus 5, 10% provision is enough in an ideal environment. But we are not in an ideal environment. So when you are in an extraordinary environment, you make an extraordinary provision. People were asking me, "Oh, you continued your project. Why? How is it happening?" I've had different stories. Oh, who are those financing your project? I said I was a billionaire before 1999. So no politician can finance me because they were all sleeping when I made money.
Copen Group, building lives and structures.
I keep saying it that the salvation and redemption of Nigeria will never come through the government. It will come through the private sector. And Copen is showing us the way that the private sector can be so deeply enmeshed, not only in wealth creation, but also in building capacities in every walk of life, in making sure that people, young and old, get skills that they can use to survive in the kind of world we live in today.
Copen Group, building lives and structures.
But listening to speakers, people talk about their business, how they grew, how everything went for them. And even times when they felt like they wanted to break down, they could not break down. And I stayed, when I got home and I said, myself, I'm going to push up, I'm going to continue. And then after I
Hey, hey, mama, oh, my good friend. They say, show me your friend, will tell you how. Oh, my friend, I know fit deny. It was the good times we shared, never, ever, ever forend. I will never forget. Good times are always. Good times are always good. Lately I have been so cold, and I wanna be with you, my friend. They say blood is thicker than water. Some friends are loyal than brothers. True, true. It's who I run to when life sometimes gets hard. I know you never talk. Wrong I do. I may not have money, but with you I am rich, my friend. Some family, they will judge and condemn you. For you never leave me, no, you never ever leave me. I may have knowledge, but with you I am wise, my friend. Good times always come. Lately I've been so cold, and I wanna be with you, my friend.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and good morning. You're welcome to
It's in business to make money.
Day 3 of
to render
Amadeo Business Summit 3.0. And of course, this is the last day and the grand finale. As usually we will say in our local parlance, this is the bottom part. And then today, I am sure by the time you leave this program and you're coming, in fact, you will be the one to be asking, when is the next year's program holding? Because you need to come to testify how you've been able to run with the takeaways you got from this program. CEO of Geometrics Abba Power, who was here to tell us how it was difficult to start the power project in Abba and how he was able resiliently to stay on track and then was able to have that dream come true. Yesterday we had the very distinguished Senator Osita Ngo, who spoke to us elaborately with slides and presentation on how a youth can empower himself and also avail himself with the opportunities available from the society and government in order to become that he is meant to be. And today, the grand finale, we're going to be having it real good, talking about the housing sector, the real estate sector, how you can be a partaker of the big pie of the housing industry. And of course, how you can own your own houses. The keynote speaker today is no other than the esteemed Barrister Hakeem Oguniro, MD CEO Eximia Realities and former chairman UPDC. He's going to unleash today, and I'm sure you're going to be ready. You're ready to get that will make you become that which you've always wanted to become. Now, without further ado, we're going to start with the opening prayer. Allow me this morning to call on Mr. Sam Okedinachi Chime for the opening prayer. Please, if you give him a hand of applause, he will come.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like us to bow our heads in prayers. If you would also like to stand, you can stand as well too, to honor our God. In Jesus' name we pray. Father Lord, I'd like to thank you for the last 2 days of this event. I'd like to thank you for all the people that have come to speak, for all the people that have come from their homes to listen. I pray, Lord, that you ignite a fire in all of us, even as we come here, that we're not just here in physical presence, but we're also here spiritually and mentally. That this is where our mind is going to be even when we're out of here physically. And that you light the fire in us, that we're able to become the people that you want us to be and step out of our comfort zone. Thank you, Lord, for this meeting. Thank you, Lord, for the minds behind it. Thank you, Lord, for the people that are here. May your name be glorified in all of our lives, and may we leave a lasting impression on Enugu, the Southeast, and Nigeria. In Jesus' name I pray.
Please, a hand of applause for him. While you're still standing, can we take the national anthem? The national anthem, please. Please, let's sing if you can sing. If you don't know it, don't shame yourself. Let's wait. Or if you have the program, can you look at the program and see it and begin to recite from there? If you have the, please, page 7 on your program, can we sing? Nigeria, we held thee, our own dear native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all, I'm proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be our symbol, that truth and justice reign in peace or to honor, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain, grand.
Arise, O come.
Our one request, help us to build our nations where no man is oppressed.
Obey.
Oh, we You see, this is an indictment on all of us that we need to love Nigeria a little more. Can we sit down, please? Anybody agreeing with me this morning? We need to love Nigeria a little more. Despite whatever you think about this country, God has given us Nigeria to have and to own. And this morning we have to recommit to that gift of God to us, a country that is filled with beautiful people, great nation, wonderful resources, both men and material. So today, I just wish we all put our hands on our chest this morning, anywhere you are, and commit to the fact that we are going to love Nigeria more. It's not only by mouthing it, but we are going to love Nigeria more, irrespective of anything. Without saying, let's get down to protocol. This morning we are playing host to a lot of heavyweights in the housing sector, and then I have top of the list the Managing Director of Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, Malam Shehu Usman Osidi. Good morning, sir. Welcome. Please, can you put your hands for him the more? Federal Mortgage Bank makes it easier for you to have affordable houses. So put your hands better for him, so that if you don't have, you're going to have soon. Okay, I'm clapping, or you can see my hand. Let us also welcome the convener of Amadeo Business Summit, the Group Managing Director of Copen Group, Dr. Ugochukwu Chime. Seated straight beside him, his beautiful and delectable wife, the Deputy Group Managing Director of Copen Group, Evangelist Mrs. Chinelo Chime. Please, can you put your hands together better? We have here in our midst Barrister Hakim Oguniro. He is the guest speaker, the keynote speaker today. And of course, he's the MD CEO Eximia Realities, former chairman UPDC. Please, can you put your hands together for him? We have here in our midst Professor Timothy Newby, Director, Research and Management Office, University of Lagos, a former Director of Federal Housing Authority. Can you put your hands together? Just came in this morning all the way from outside the country just to grace this occasion. A very warm welcome, Barrister Festus Adebayo, convener, Africa International Housing Show and Group Managing Director of FESADEB Group. Please put your hands together. We also have Pastor Engineer Makwa Chukwuchidebere, National Ex-Officio, Redan, and Vice President of Works, Enugu Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture. Also here we have the very Dr. Aworoke Ogbimi, National Auditor, Redan, National Auditor 2, Redan. Please put your hands together for him. We have Dr. Simon Ogun, COO of AG Mortgage Bank. He's here with us. Please, can you put your hands together for him? We have Pastor Engineer David Emeka Nwachukwu, Vice President, Southeast Zone, Redan. Please put your hands together for him. Engineer Chima Ike is also here. He is the Enugu State Chairman of Redan. In case you're asking what Redan means, it's the Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria. Please put your hands together. We have Mr. Anthony Aboki Okwa, He is the Director General System and ably represented by Mr. Seth Ogungbe, COO System. Please put your hands together. Like I said, Mr. Hakim Oguniro is former Managing Director UPDC and not Chairman UPDC, please. Thank you for the correction. Without further ado, going straight to the program of events today, can we, with a hand of applause, welcome to the microphone the convener of Amadeo Business Summit and the Group Managing Director of COPEN, Reverend Dr. Ugochukwu Chime. Let's put our hands together as he comes. Not forgetting the Managing Director of AG Mortgage Bank in the person of Mr. Ngozi Ayogo. Please put your hands together for him.
I'd like to thank God Almighty for the privilege that I have to stand before you today. And I'm quite delighted and I appreciate the honor that God has so given for us to be alive and be part of this event. Every effort and every service is first and foremost to Him, and to Him we owe all our life. Thank you for coming. I'd like to once more appreciate the presence of so many people who have come from far and near to be part of this event. The Managing Director, Chief Executive of Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, Madam Shelley Osidi, has been a friend for many, many years. And I'm glad that he could make it this morning. I appreciate the support. It's not about your position, it's about the friendship that you feel. And I feel it right here. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I want to appreciate my good time friend, Hakim Oguniron. I got connected to him through our children who were classmates in school. And since then, over the past 1 decade, we have grown to become tighter than brothers. He's been here. He's always with me on every event. And so being the keynote speaker is something that I cherish so much. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. I appreciate you so much. Professor Nubi is somebody that I have traveled far and wide with. I remember when he came here in 2004, 20 years ago, with Alhaji Dr. Latif Jakonde to institute the zonal Southeast Zone of Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria. I was then the chairman of the Board of Trustees of Enugu State Housing Development Corporation and the Southeast Coordinator for REDAN. He has gone across the country with this man carrying his bag, assisting him. And he was there beside him when Baba, Alhaji Latif Jakonde, fell at Kashim Ibrahim House in Kaduna. He helped to hold him up. Many people have sacrificed for what we are enjoying today in the real estate space. And it needs to be mentioned once in a while. The labors of love of our heroes past is not just an item in our national anthem. No, it is a reality in everyday walk of life. So, sir, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'd like to also welcome once more. They nearly omitted his name. And I was saying it shall not stand. Neither shall it come to pass. If the man through the primary mortgage bank, through which I get to Sheikh Osidi, is cut off, will I get to him again? So I said this is an attempt to deny me access and my people access to mortgage. So, sir, I'm not one of them. Oh. I recognize your presence. The MD Chief Executive of AG Mortgage Bank PLC. Sir, you are welcome. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate you. I must have my dinner in the house. So I appreciate Osodieme, my wife, the Deputy Group Managing Director of COPEN Group. Thank you so much. My co-anchor in all that we do together. I want to appreciate Barrister Festus Adebayo. He's a member of the board. If you see him in the brochure, you will see where he is seated comfortably in the brochure for this program on page 6. So he's a member of the advisory board. So in shaping and cooking, all that we are doing, he's been there quite active. He's been a friend who came here and yanked me out in 2008, December, and told me, you cannot stay in the Southeast and be the coordinator. We need you at the national level. They wanted to promote me from Southeast coordinator to Southeast vice president. But God said no, I should go from Southeast coordinator to become the deputy president of Redan. And he has supported that since 2008, 2009, and I want to appreciate you so much. Welcome, and thank you so much. I want to appreciate also the Southeast Vice President of Redan, Pastor Dave Machuku, an engineer, and who have done so much. He did so much that last year, the Minister for Works and Housing, Babashola Fashola, came down to Enugu personally to come and commission his project and say, he has done so well. Let me come and see what this young man is doing. The name of his company is Hand of God, and he is doing so much. So you're welcome. I appreciate you so much. I want to appreciate my friend who came all the way from Dubai to be part of this event. Mr. Farhan, thank you so much. They insisted I must go to Dubai 3 weeks ago, and he took me around Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and every other place to make sure that we can collaborate on another level. And he decided that he will come down today and be part of this event. Farhan, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I want to appreciate the various chairmen of the Real Estate Developers Association of Ireland who came from far and near to be part of what we are doing. Ekenemun, I salute all of you. Redan people, you are part of my family, and we appreciate you for all you are doing. Simon Ogo, I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. He's my partner and my pally in all we do. Seth Ogumbi is somebody that I have been with together, anchoring the training of thousands of artisans across the country. They are part of the unsung people over here. Seth, thank you so much. I appreciate you so much for coming. If I continue, I will not end, because every one of you here are quite dear to me and to the vision that we have. I have written down in the brochure from page 7, I believe, page 8, the story of how we came to where we are as far as Amadeo Business Summit is concerned. You can go through it, because in all our individual lives, all of us have ideas. We have dropped in our hearts at certain times in our life certain visions and purpose that God wants us to use, us to do. But many of us think openly of the challenges that will come with it. But I'd like to let you know that whenever God asks you to do something, He has made provision for what He wants us to do. Amadeo Initiative serves as a platform for individuals who are moved by God to make a positive impact on humanity. It's open to anyone who wishes to offer assistance to others and seek to utilize our framework to do so. Our approach involves covering the operational and overhead costs of any project or program, allowing 100% of the donor's contribution to directly benefit the intended recipients. The whole essence of Amadeo Business Summit is to gather people who subscribe to the ideas of serving our generation by the will of God, and with a view to sharing ideas and strengthening one another to serve our society selflessly and sacrificially. Amadeo Business Summit is the flagship event of Amadeo Initiatives. Amadeo Business Summit aims to provide a platform for business leaders, policymakers, entrepreneurs, youth, and stakeholders to discuss and share innovative approaches to improving our society through enhanced service delivery. The inaugural Amadeo Summit in 2022 was themed Dare to be Different. It featured notable speakers such as Nkenemi Hanacho, Fela Durutoye, Professor Edith Nwosu, Dr. Anna Yago. They challenged us to think outside the box, and that challenge still resonates clearly today, and encourage positive, impactful vision, living, pursuits, and service that can make a difference in our society as we dare to be different. It was a call for a different perspective. It was a call for paradigm shift and approach to life and work. The first edition serves as a reminder that each of us has the potential to achieve our highest dreams and become the best version of ourselves, if only we are willing to think and work differently, rather than simply following the crowd and become part of the norm of society. Last year's event focused on unveiling your inner capacities. The primary objective of that program was to remind us that on the individual and national level, there are boundless opportunities that are trapped in all of us as a people. It encouraged us to rise above the drowning and numbing atmosphere of pessimism all around us and find the strength to bring out the humongous divine deposits that we contain. We may not look like we much, we may not presently have much, but we know that we all contain much. That was the resonance and the direction and the vision for last year's event. The theme for this year's summit is transposition of interest in service delivery. Transposition of interest is the process of having an exchange of interest as a way of life or living operating value proposition or strategy for personal and organization vision, mission, and strategy. It seeks out not what is in it for me alone, but what will be the best interest of the stakeholders whose interests we are managing as the orchestra director or lead character in that event or for that epoch, whether in the public or in the private sector. The idea of transposition of interest as a means to achieving our highest ideals is rooted in the timeless, ageless, infallible Word of God. It flows from a faith perspective and understanding that whereas the earth is the Lord's, the fullness thereof, and the people therein, we are the sent ones from God and empowered for serving God's purpose, His people, and creation, and we dare not fail. It encourages us to seek first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, and all these other things that we desire for our own personal life or that of our family will be added unto us. It flows from other scriptural bases. Now the question is, where do we go from here? Our destiny and fortune under God is in our hands and not in the hands of any leader, ruler, or head of organization, whether in the private or public sector. For so long, we keep focusing on our political leaders for solutions. For so long, we keep focusing on other people for the change we desire for our lives. We mentally render ourselves powerless to the point that, like the servant with the one talent in the parable of talents, we neglect the many basic things we can do for ourselves and others in our own sphere of influence. In our current environment, we have become so selfish that life is becoming more of a dog-eat-dog culture. The rich have reason not to help the poor, and the poor have reasons not to help the rich. We are all fixated on what we can get from one another, and therefore we prey on one another relentlessly. This culture, my friends, is not who we are. This summit challenged us to rekindle the human spirit that formed the bedrock of our local communities in the past. It was the concept of one for all and all for one. That was the basics of growth and development then. It fostered collaboration and mutual growth as our ancestors expunged selfishness and pursued group interests rather than personal interest. It is the basis of the principle of Igwebike. There is power in the group. And Onyaga na nwanne ya. Let no one leave his or her relation or friend behind. It is that spirit that enabled our grandparents and parents to achieve numerous feats, like contributing to sending bright students to school, regardless of whose child it is. They built schools, town halls, which sadly we are not able to maintain many of them now, even though we have more resources than them. By abandoning these timeless principles, we have intentionally and unintentionally destroyed the binding fabrics of love, care, and selflessness that had united and equipped us to succeed. If we do not recover this ancient culture rooted in transformation of interest, we don't run the risk of other well-organized, socially integrated, and equipped societies invading our land, taking over our businesses, and eventually we becoming their slaves. At the individual level, let us find a reason to do good and add value to every person and environment where God has placed us. We may not have much, but by divine allotment, we contain much. As each person lights up their small sphere, there will be a convergence of factors that will have tremendous multiplier effect beyond our dreams. The same applies to us at the family, organizational, and community levels. On our own part, beyond the activities of today or the last 2 days, and through the coming years, by the grace of God, Amadeo Initiative will be, in addition to its numerous activities, launch several programs and events that will seek to deepen what we are doing today. These programs and events are outlined in the program brochure and other documents that we shall be unveiling soon. We look forward to collaborating with others to achieve this and to do much more. Amadeo Hall of Fame. From Amadeo Business Summit 2023, we resolved to give awards to men and women who, through their selfless and sacrificial life and improve the lot. These awardees and honorees align with the vision of Amadeo initiatives. I want to also use this platform today to be celebrating and inducting them to the Amadeo Hall of Fame. We have done that on the first day for 3 of them. Last year, 6 individuals were inducted in the Hall of Fame. This year, it's our delight to be honoring and inducting 5 other people. Professor Bartolome Nnaji, former Minister for Power and CEO of Geometrics. That was done day before yesterday. Monsignor Professor Obiora Ike, who has done so much. Senator Ostangu spoke yesterday. He has given awards to people. He's been doing it since 2010, before he became a senator last year. So we are not honoring him for being a senator, but we felt that being a senator should not deprive him of being honored and receiving an award for what he has done. And also, Professor Edith Nwosu, former Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University of Nigeria. And today, we will be honoring our own Professor Timothy Nubi. And that will be our delight to so do. It's important to note that the only requirement we have of these awardees is that they will make themselves available for raising the next generation of successors and inspire them as role models. And that is why, in conjunction with them, we're establishing 2 facets of that expression. The first facet is the one-on-one with Amadeo Fellows, which will be organized in the next year's event. Here will take place by the 2nd Tuesday of 2025, October 2025, and it will run through that program. We still have other programs that we are running in conjunction with our various partners within Nigeria, Australia, Canada, and US and UK. Now, the second expression that we are looking at is the establishment of what we call WATO Foundation. WATO stands for We Are the Ones. We are the ones that we've been waiting for to make the difference we desire for ourselves and others. We believe that we are the ones we are waiting for. This foundation is being created. An initial board of trustees made up of members of Amadeo Hall of Fame will be unveiled in the coming days. I utilize this opportunity to appreciate my beloved seniors and colleagues who have subscribed to and support the WATO vision willingly, sacrificially, and selflessly. They include very Reverend Professor Chinedu Nebo, former Vice Chancellor of the University of Nigeria, former Vice Chancellor of the University of Oye-Ekiti, and current Vice Chancellor of the University of the Niger. He's a man who has 3 Vice Chancellors. I've been Vice Chancellor 3 times, one at the federal level and one now currently. Also, Sir Robert Anwato. Sir Robert Anwato is an interesting story. When ShopRite came to Enugu, we thought that his business of distribution is wiped away. And he called me and said, Ugo, if ShopRite comes from South Africa and defeats me in Nigeria, they should go and trace whether my father was my real father. And when ShopRite came into Enugu, we had only one shop outlet at Polo Park. Today, it's in Asaba, it's in Owerri, it's in Aba, it's in Onisha, it's in Abakaliki, and he has 4 outlets in Enugu. Each time he'll call me around, because we've been friends for a long time from the 1990s. He said, Ugo, I told you, if they come here and defeat me, then I'm not serious. And he's with us, and also Dr. Ifeanyi Okoye, who is currently the NECA president of Nigerian Employers Consultative Association. We also have Professor Edith Nwosu, Professor Joy Ezilo, SAN, and Mrs. Chinelo Chime, Osodieme, and other Dr. Emerie, Dr. Ike, Dr. Awaroko Obemi. I'd like to appreciate us all for coming. I want to thank God, the maker and curator, for the opportunity of life he has given us to be alive. These past 2 days have been quite eventful, as you can see. It was Frantz Fanon in his book, The Wretched of the Earth, that wrote, and I quote, that each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its vision, its mission, either fulfill it or betray it. We have chosen to fulfill the vision that God has given us. My friends, we have a life to live. When we are gone, the value of our lives will be measured on the impact we had and the intangible legacy we have left behind. I've asked a friend of mine who was talking about his business and how much he had. I said, which money do you really have? Is it the one that thieves can go in, or the bank can collapse, or the building can collapse? Or is it the one that is in heaven, where neither thieves or moth or rust can reach to? And he told me, I have a point. It was Todd Henry who reminds us in his book, Die Empty, that says, do not go to your grave and carry inside you the best that you have. Our cemetery is the richest land in the world because millions of people have died and have carried away many valuable ideas that did not come to light or not benefit others. All those ideas are buried in their graves. Mine will not be buried. Yours will not be buried. The most beautiful of what he said in his book is a call to choose to die empty. The meaning of this expression, to die empty of all the goodness that is within you. Deliver it to the world before you leave. If you have an idea, perform it. If you have knowledge, give it out. If you have a goal, achieve it. If you have resources, assist the less opportune. Love, share, distribute. Do not keep it inside of you. Let's begin to give, remove, spread every atom of goodness inside of us. Start the race now. Let us die empty. That young man who heard the testimony of one Chief Gabriel Nwokike at the event in 2001. I was 40 years old then, and I saw the impact this man has made. And I was sitting down there admiring the man and saying, I hope to be like this man. How can I be like this man? And I heard the voice of God clearly saying, you have 30 years to intentionally begin to make a difference. By the time you are 70, you have a testimony to give. And I decided to agree with that. And you may be looking at me today like I was looking at that young man, that old man, that man who was 70 then, or looking at other honorees. You can make a decision to toe the path of making a difference and being better versions of the ones that are your role models today. I want to thank you for coming. And I want you to have a blessed and pleasant days ahead. A bright future awaits us. Thank you and God bless you. Permit me to utilize this opportunity to do the last of the awards that we have. And that is something that gives me a delight of the highest order. We'll be calling on, not now, but we'll be asking the MD, CEO of Federal Mortgage Bank, my dear brother, Sheikh Hussein, to do that function. But I'd like to speak about my friend. He was born in 1961, just like me. But the good thing is that whereas he was born in July, I was born in October, so it's my born. I met Professor Nubi, like I mentioned, carrying the bag of Alhaji Dr. Lateef Jakonde, learning from him, moving with him all over the whole country. That left an impression of humility and service. He wanted to learn from this living icon. He's dead now. The second time we met was when, in 2006, March, we went to UK. He was then the executive director at Federal Housing Authority. We were there with General Rees, who was the chairman of the board, and Mohammed, who is the owner of Trust Bank, who was also an executive director. The MDC of Federal Mortgage Bank, Mr. Ataha, was there too. Ike Chukwu, executive director, loan production in Federal Mortgage Bank, was also there. And so many other Nigerians, Dr. Femi Johnson. We sat in London in March 2006 with my wife. She was there with me. We sat down to ask ourselves, how can we help the Nigerian real estate sector? We came back again in October 2006. We came back again in March 2007, all asking ourselves, how can we move this dial forward? Professor Nubi has published a book on how we can help ourselves to change our housing needs and actualize it. Published a book so many years ago. He has been involved with our people in the slums of Lagos and other places. He's not only involved with them, he came from the ivory tower, from the gown, to meet the town and impact on the needs of the town. He has also created the first place where we have real estate studies, Center for Housing Studies, University of Lagos. Prior to that time, what we have is that you have the construction and the supply side with engineers, architects, estate surveyors, builders on one side, and on the other side, you have those financiers, bankers, and other things. But with that Center for Housing Studies, we unify the learning so that somebody who goes through that can fly with two wings, instead of flying with one wing of supply chain or flying with one wing of demand. And it never worked. But that was the thing he did. And he didn't do that alone. He agreed to be the vice president of Redan Southwest when we took over power in 2009. He was there in 2002. He was a founding member, just like me, when we met at Chelsea Hotel in May 2002, when we founded Redan. I can go on and on. The center he runs today covers African countries, not just Nigeria, and is the engine room. We decided that Amadeo has no boundary, it's global. That wherever you are, that's why you have on the board, you have Professor Adebayo, that's why you have other people contributing from other parts of the world. People who are not Nigerians, but who believe in the vision of Amadeo. And that is why today we are going to be one requirement is his heart desire already is to raise other people coming behind him so that our successors shall be better than us who have been in the forefront of this. So it's my pleasure to appeal and invite the MD, CEO of Federal Mortgage Bank to step up and share, please, and then to invite also
Timothy
Professor
Olunubi is a distinguished academic and expert in estate management, currently serving as Director of the University of Lagos Research Management Office. Born on July 27, 1961, he began his educational journey by earning both a national diploma and a higher national diploma in town planning from Ogun State Polytechnic and Yaba College of Technology, respectively. He later pursued a bachelor's degree in estate management at the University of Lagos, where he also obtained his master's and PhD in the same field, establishing a deep academic connection with the institution. Over the years, Professor Nubi has built an impressive academic portfolio, publishing 98 papers on diverse topics related to housing and urban development. His commitment to social impact is evident through his founding of the Ideal Habitat Initiative, a non-governmental organization that promotes cooperative approaches to home ownership, particularly in the context of urban regeneration. This initiative has made housing more accessible to many, underscoring his passion for addressing the challenges of home ownership in Nigeria. In 2003, he further demonstrated his dedication to this cause by authoring the book Home Ownership Made Easy, which provides insight and practical advice on navigating the complexities of property ownership. In addition to his extensive publication record, which includes over 35 papers on housing and urban development, Professor Nubi led the first national workshop on land management and property tax reform, contributing significantly to discussions on property tax policies in Nigeria. His influence in the professional sphere is further reflected by his status as a fellow of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, a prestigious recognition of his expertise in the field. Professor Nubi has held several prominent academic and administrative positions. He served as a Dean of the Faculty of Environmental Sciences at the University of Lagos and is the founding director of the University of Lagos Center for Housing and Sustainable Development. His leadership extended to his role as director of the School of Foundation Studies and as the chairman of Senate and Ceremonies. In this capacity, he transformed the university's convocation system, setting a new benchmark for excellent university ceremonies, which has become a model for other institutions. His expertise has also been recognized at the national level. He served as an executive director of the Federal Housing Authority, Nigeria's largest governmental housing agency tasked with developing affordable housing and urban infrastructure. Through these roles, Professor Nubi has played a key part in shaping housing policy and reform in Nigeria. combining academic rigor with practical implementation. Professor Nubi's contributions to estate management, housing development, and urban regeneration have left an indelible mark on both the academic community and the housing sector in Nigeria. His leadership, research, and innovative initiatives continue to inspire new approaches to housing policy and sustainable urban development. He has been a core advocate and leader of the Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria and currently serves as a member of the Radan board. Ladies and gentlemen, on your feet as we warmly welcome Professor Olubenga Nubi.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Prof. Before I present this award, I would like to crave the indulgence of everyone here to ride on what Reverend Ugochukwu Chime has said. And it is something I often say when I have occasions such as this, just to remind ourselves. And that is to say that in the Holy Scriptures, it is said that there's a time to be born and there is a time to die. And in between is an opportunity to live. And for life to make any meaning is to make sure that you do not traverse the territories of this world and you live without making an impact. From what we have heard from Reverend Chime, what we have seen about Professor Nubi, I think is an example we should all seek to become. Thank you very much. On that note, Professor, I'd like to present this award on behalf of the Amadeo Business Summit. Congratulations, Prof. Thank you. I just want to add, with your kind permission, that these two men are great men. And that is why they look younger than their age. I am 59, and I thought I was looking young at 59. But if I look at them at 64 or 63, they still look like they are not up to 60. So that tells all of us that we should also continue to do good. I listened to the story from Reverend Dr. Chime the other time. I'm sure you may have forgotten. And on that day, I also made the decision that I'm going to try to become like you. And that is a story that you went somewhere, whether it was at an airport, you saw men wearing white clothes, and there was one man. All of those men were people mentored by that person, and they had become somebody. And he took a decision that day, and he has mentored people, and at least I know one. And that is Dr. Ronke, who is now also a chief executive like he is. I'm also currently mentoring about 3 people from that day that you told that story. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, since we have papers to listen to and so many things, I just want to say I'm grateful. And I don't really know how to express this gratitude. Just first and foremost from God. I'm proud to say that I'm a product of help. So I'm a product of help. Just like many people in our generation. Thank you so much, sir. Just like many people in our generation. And it breaks my heart when I see people on the street crying, we are hungry. It breaks my heart. When I see young men crying, we are hungry. Then you are hungry. Who will give you food? You have to look for food for yourself. We were hungry once. Growing up, I was at school. I was in school, and for 4 days there was no food. We didn't get to the street to be asking we are hungry. I grew up in a family of 6, extremely poor background. Mud house, mud floor, no ceiling, no water, no electricity. 6 in a family. Our mat was our bed, and our dining table. And I remember my mom telling us, don't breathe into yourself. You come, move up, shift down, shift up, shift down. And I'm bold to say that 6 of us were all graduates. I'm a professor, the firstborn. Our lastborn is an associate professor and a medical consultant. Product of illiterate, a woman who could not write her name. During the wedding ceremony of one of my sister, the fourthborn, it took melodious song from the choir to hide the fact that it took my mother 15 minutes to scribe her name on the marriage certificate, which she has rehearsed for almost 3 months. And she still turned the paper. The pressure on the biro paper still turned the marriage certificate. And that is a woman who trained us with hard work. Every NYC kit, huge clothes we wear, we pass it down to our mom to farm. And she sent us to school. And somebody is crying on the street of Lagos, we are hungry. And we have to really wake up. There's so much opportunities in this generation that we have to tap to. And I am just privileged. I'm a privileged person. I'm a product of hell. Friends that have encouraged, like him. And working together with this initiative, I believe, since I came yesterday, I was in awe of what I saw. And like you said, you were inspired last year. I think I'm more inspired. That, like I said yesterday, we need to take this initiative around the country. There is something we always say. In Lagos, we always say that if Lagos will get it right, the whole nation will get it right. Let us change the story. If Enugu gets it right, then the whole nation will get it right. And I believe that with what I'm seeing here, we are getting it right. And we will show the world that change can come from any part of the world. And it's happening here. And I believe that all of us will be inspired. And all of us will look back in history and thank God we are part of this beginning. Thank you so much. I can't thank you enough. Thank you so much and God bless you. I equally want to add that, because in my remark, I put it there that a proud father of Pelumi is my last baby that drove from London to Lagos. And so it's something I'm so proud of. All our children who are doing well. God bless us with 3 children who are giants in their industry, who are really working. They fear God. They run with the vision of God. My son came from Dubai last week, and he said, Dad, I bought you a book. And I said, what's the title? He said, The Sovereignty of God. When your child begins to give you books, when your child takes the fear of God higher, then you die fulfilled. And I'm so glad for that. God bless you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
No, the applause is trickling. Can we make it sound very loud? You know, I told us that what we call in our local or street parlance, we call it what? Bottom port. Can someone agree with me that today is the bottom port? We also need to say a big thank you to Reverend Dr. Ugochukwu Chime. There's this thing we observe, maybe we don't usually say it, that when you want to construct a road, you bring a bulldozer first to start scraping and cutting the bush. then at the end of the day, a small keke, an Okada, or a Ferrari it will be easy for them to do what? To ply that road. And we thank God because Reverend Dr. Ugochukwu Chime has decided to be that bulldozer that will cut the road, the rough parts, so that other people will find an easy ride. Please, let's put our hands together for him, for heeding the call of God. We're going straight to goodwill messages, and now we're going to start with a very warm Barrister Festus Adebayo, the MD CEO FESADEB, and of course convener Africa International Housing Show. He came all the way to be here. Please put your hands together for him.
I feel it around me that I'm so happy. Can you please clap for Jesus? Let me follow the protocol. The convener of this very important program, the Managing Director, Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, my friend, my brother. The speaker of today's event, Dr. Akim Oguniro. And the man we have just coronated, the man we have just presented a beautiful award, Professor Benga Nubi. I bring good news, greetings from Africa International Housing Show. I want to thank all of you for being part of history. And I want to let you know Enugu is my second home. I met Reverend Ugochukwu Chime for the first time when I came on advocacy journey to be the former governor of this state, His Excellency Governor Chime. When I told him I want to know who are the people who are in the business of real estate in this your state. He linked me up with the then Commissioner for Housing, Honorable Festus. I cannot remember his surname. I'm sure some of you know him, who was a former speaker of your House of Assembly. And it was through Honorable Festus I met Reverend Ugochukwu Chime. That is how the journey started. But I must confess to you, if you want to write the history of my life, you start from Professor Nubi. And that is why I keep saying a successful man without a successor is a failure. What is the essence of being successful when you don't have anyone to take over from you? Prof, can you remember? How many years ago did I meet? I met Reverend Chime when I came to Enugu. I met him in his present office. I told him my vision. I said, this is what I've heard about you. I want to let you know the journey has never remained the same. Reverend Chime is a great mentor. The history of my life will be completed without acknowledging him. And that's why I had to leave South Africa yesterday afternoon. Instead of going to Abuja, went straight away to Lagos, left the hotel room this morning, 6 a.m. to the airport. And I landed here by 8 a.m. I said, I cannot miss this program. Reverend Chime, I celebrate you. I'm sure you are proud of the boys you are mentoring. And every time I keep telling you that I'm the number one mentee you have. Yes or no? Let me tell you about him. The housing industry that I run advocacy for is not an easy business. I'm not a developer. The only thing I do is tell the government, do the right thing. This morning I've just posted on the handles of the governor of Lagos State, telling him that I have observed for anybody to do real estate business in Lagos, you have to deal with 12 agencies. And each of these agencies have targets in terms of revenue. And those agencies are not even working with themselves. You cannot have affordable housing under this environment. Governor Sanwo-Olu, you are our friend. This is not our agreement. Leave business in Lagos. And when I came in, I saw my father, Reverend Shime. The first question I asked him, how is your governor doing? I saw my brother pastor there. I asked him the same question. My business is to keep shouting, reminding the government of this country that there's a correlation between housing and productivity. When you sleep well and you get to the office, you contribute better than the man who slept under the bridge. There's a correlation between housing and health. When you sleep well, malaria will not locate you fast. I was in Canada. For 3 days, I did not sleep more than 2 hours. I got to a particular place, my body was shaking. Then I discovered that something want to happen. Then I confirmed that if I get a good place to sleep and sleep like a baby, I'm likely not to fall sick fast. There's a correlation between security and housing. Let me use this opportunity, since we have TV here, to call on the federal government of Nigeria to do something urgently to address the welfare of Nigerians. With the increase in fuel, the housing industry will be suffocated, will be affected. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to be here to support my father. I'm a member of the board of trustees. Sky is not our limit because sky itself cannot stop us. Reverend Shima is so important to me. I remember some years ago, I was fighting the then managing director of Federal Mortgage Bank. I did a report. I'm the owner of housing program on Africa Independent Television that you watch all the time. I'm the owner. And I did a report on demand that you are not there for yourself. You are there for us. You are managing our money. Respect yourself. And I did one report to embarrass the man. I think they were looking for who can talk to me. Reverend Shime, I respected you. Yes or no? Where did you bring me to? You brought me to Enugu. You brought the MD to Enugu. You spent the money for the flights for me. Abi, you put me in hotel. That is why I say today, I have my father, Reverend Ugoshuku Shime. You can see why I'm doing well. When I look at the left, I see Nubi. I see Akim Ogunino. And when I look at the right, I see these are the guys that manage me. I want to encourage all the youths. The youth that are here today, I can see some of you. Matthew Ashimolowo said, and I quote, to be current is a currency of life. Try to be on the top of your game. Try to be what? On the top of your game. When you are current, people pay your transportation. They pay for your flight ticket. Reverend Shime has paid everything for me. That is, I went to South Africa. Somebody paid for the flight ticket. Business class, hotel, everywhere. I encourage the youths. I have the same background with him. If Professor Sonubi can succeed, I can succeed. And if I can succeed, you can succeed. I thank you all for being part of Reverend Shime. I thank the MD of Mortgage Bank. I've told him he's on the right. As far as we are with you, nothing touch you. But as far as we said no, well, I can be. Thank you, everybody.
You know, when I introduced him as a very warm barrister, Festus Adebayo. Please put your hands together for him. For recognition, I want to recognize the presence of Barrister Surveyor Albert Edoga. Sir Albert Edoga was a former Commissioner for Lands, Enugu State, former Head of Service, Enugu State, Chairman, Better Microfinance Bank, and most importantly, the present father of our convener, Reverend Dr. Ugochukwu Chime. You do understand? That's why you're not clapping. Welcome, sir. For the next goodwill message, it is my very pleasure to welcome to the podium Mr. Ngozi Ayogu, the Managing Director, CEO, AG Mortgage Bank. Please put your hands together for him.
At 72, you will learn to use the podium. So many things have become obvious, have become established by what we have heard this morning. I observe and follow the protocols that have already been established. But it's important to speak to us on the importance of loyalty. The lives of the Chimes, the lives of the Nubis, the lives of the Adebayos, the lives of our friend, the MD, CEO of the Federal Mortgage Bank, speak to the benefits of loyalty. One thing I learned from scripture, amongst others, is that loyalty pays. If you read somewhere in Kings, I think it was his first Kings, Elisha had only one job description. Elijah was only remembered for one thing. They said, this is the man that poured water on the hands of Elijah. That was all he was remembered for. But what happened? Elisha eventually became the successor to Elijah. Elijah. Elisha became the successor to Elijah. The man who was only recognized as pouring water. But one thing I want to tell us about loyalty is that those who show loyalty, those who are anointed and they succeed, those who had come before them, always carry a double portion anointing. So those of you who have served loyally, you will have a double portion anointing. I met Reverend Ugochime many years ago, I can't remember how long, as EDCOO of AG Mortgage Bank. We forged some kind of a relationship because there is something I'm mentioning now, I had not said it before, that ties us together. My philosophy in life is that God had given us a purpose. What is God's purpose for man? That we serve him and we serve his other children. That's all. that we serve God and serve his other purpose. And that is what I found in Reverend Chime, now Dr. Reverend Soveo Chime, the first time I met with him. Always willing to serve, always willing to serve. So when eventually I became the MD, CEO, I must say here, of a tottering PMB, he said to me, despite the background of our organization at that time, I will support you. He said to me, I will support you. And that support led to his joining our board, the board of AG Mortgage Bank. That support led to moving a bank with about less than 1 billion in total assets to over 23 billion total assets today. That's the kind of man that he is. So when Reverend Gochime says, I am supporting you, you have a support indeed. When I came in here yesterday, the mere layout of this facility outstanded me. I was held in awe. I thought I was in New York. I thought I was attending a program in New York. And I said to myself, this is just the third edition of this project. Gochime had moved it from a local platform in Enugu to an international platform in less than 3 years. Today, you have people from South Africa, you have people from Dubai, you have people from all over the country, across borders, attending a just 3-year-old summit. What will happen in 10 years' time? So I want to say to us that I have imbibed one new love, the love of inclusion. As we speak today, as we walk through the Amadeo summit, let us begin to think of how we can include other members of society. And I think that is one of the things why he is bringing all of us together. Inclusion. Let's begin to think of how we will build an inclusive society. It is so passionate to me that we have set up a sustainability unit in AG Mortgage Bank. The next thing is, how do we build for the next generation? And that is exactly what Reverend Chime is doing by bringing us here. Build for the next generation. What are we leaving for the next generation? Are we leaving our bank accounts, which by mere signature, either by a fraudster or by the governor of the central bank canceling the license, that money is gone. The money is gone. Is that what we want to leave for the next generation? Are we leaving houses for the next generation? You know our culture here about insurance. That house may not even be insured, and it is burnt down. Is that what you want to leave for your children? No. What we want to leave, we want to transfer knowledge, we want to transfer skills, we want to transfer passion for service above all. Good, I think this is happening this week when we celebrate the Customer Week. If you go to all our business locations, something tells you that we're celebrating our customers. And so today we can see service delivery being really, really highlighted here. We need to serve, but primarily we need to serve God. We need to serve God. And God didn't say we should stop there. He says, love me with all your heart, with all your might, and with all your strength, and love your neighbor as yourself, which means our sole purpose as individuals is to serve God and to serve his other children. So I want to thank you for what you have done, what you're doing. I remember one. And he had a huge approval then. And we were tottering, like I said, at that time. But thank God, God has strengthened us. That we are one of the best PMBs you can talk of in Nigeria today. And so, what did he do? We were to be blacklisted. He said, no, we can walk this thing through. They said, no, you don't have that time. But he said, no, this approval you gave me, you can keep it if you're not passing it through AG Mortgage Bank. We cannot forget that, sir. We cannot forget your kindness. And that was the beginning of the transformation that AG Mortgage Bank had. We will always remain loyal to this cause. I pledged last year that we will continue to support this cause. And we did, and we will continue to do. That we did yesterday, we will do today, we will do in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that very deep goodwill message from the MD CEO of AG Mortgage Bank and the person of Mr. Ngozi Ayogo. Please, let's put our hands together again for him. I'd like to recognize the presence of Mr. Uche Chukumba, DG Exima. He's there in our midst. Let's put our hands together for him. Also here we have the former Deputy Vice Chancellor of University of Nigeria, Enugu campus, in the person of Professor Edith Nwosu. Please put your hands together. We have another goodwill message coming from a very distinguished personality who is here in our midst. And this morning, join me as we welcome, for his goodwill message, the Managing Director of, we're calling on the Managing Director of Federal Mortgage Bank for his goodwill message. Please put your hands together. Is that how you put your hands together for him?
Thank you very much. The convener of the Amadeo Business Summit, Reverend Dr. Ugochime, the Deputy Managing Director, Corporate Services, Dr. Mrs. Chinelo Chime, the guest speaker for today's event, Professor Nubi, the CEO, Exima Realty, my friend and brother. I always tell him that I always like to listen to his presentations, because one sweet thing about his presentations is that he's not very formal about the way he goes about it, and he communicates excellently. The MD, Chief Executive AG Mortgage Bank, Chief Ngozi Ayogu, my friend, brother, let me say twin brother, Barrister Festus Adebayo, the convener of Abuja Housing Show. In fact, if you try to attack me, I'll just run and seek protection from him. The Executive Director, AG Mortgage, Mr. Simon Ogu, all Redan executives, Enugu chapter, Pastor David Onwachuku, MD iConnect, one of our major partners in the development of housing in Enugu. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be here today to witness the year 2024 edition of the Amadeo Business Summit. I am equally delighted to extend to the organizers and all participants the goodwill and warm greetings from the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, the lack of focus on service excellence in most of our national and private endeavors, particularly by providers of services, has been a major stumbling block in our quest at achieving national greatness. In realization of this challenge, the quality of service delivery has been of concern to all stakeholders, and that was the main driver for the establishment of Servicom by the federal government of Nigeria to address shortcomings in customer service delivery, particularly by public institutions in Nigeria. Accordingly, the theme of this event, transposition of interest in service delivery, is both timely and relevant as we navigate the complex dynamics of service delivery across our different business sectors in Nigeria. The global dedication of this week as Customer Service Week is also a recognition of the critical need of entrenching efficient and effective service delivery culture in all human endeavors. In today's fast-paced world, fostering a culture of innovation and commitment to service excellence has become imperative. Transforming interest in service delivery from a mere concept into concrete action requires a strategic shift in mindset and the adoption of new ideas and technologies that enhance efficiency and customer satisfaction. At the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, we are keenly aware that improved service delivery is a cornerstone for sustainable development. Our mission to provide affordable housing finance to Nigerians is hinged on ensuring that our services are delivered with professionalism, innovation, and a deep understanding of our customers' needs. As you may be aware, the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria was established to provide affordable mortgages to drive home ownership among Nigerians, particularly the low and the medium income earners. This is being done through the National Housing Fund Scheme, into which Nigerian workers, both in the public and private sectors, contribute 2.5% of their monthly income. The NHF offers the unique advantage of single-digit interest on loans between 6 to 7%, long repayment tenors of up to 30 years for a mortgage, and very basic long-term loan terms aimed at making housing finance affordable to its target market of low and medium income earners. Over the years, the loan products under the National Housing Fund Scheme have been expanded to cater for the various needs of its contributors. Presently, the NHF provides fixed interest mortgages for home acquisition, an individual construction loan to aid self-development, a micro loan for home renovation, and the rent to own. In addition to all of these, the National Housing Fund has several loan windows granted to real estate developers and cooperative societies to fund construction of affordable houses at regulated prices. We remain committed to leveraging cutting-edge technology, currently deploying the core banking application technology, leveraging partnerships, and capacity building to enhance the quality of our services, ensuring that we continue to make positive developmental impacts. In conclusion, it is imperative to commend the brains behind the Amadeo initiative for organizing and promoting this kind of event as an invaluable platform for sharing knowledge and exploring innovative strategies towards excellent service delivery, as well as recommitting ourselves to service excellence. I expect no less from an endeavor associated with the Copen Group, particularly its promoter and founder, Reverend Dr. Ugochukwu Chime, FNIU, who is also the convener of this summit. The Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria is very proud to be associated with you, and we assure you of our continued support, sir. I am confident that the outcomes of this summit will not only benefit our respective institutions, but will also contribute significantly to the broader economic landscape of our dear nation. I thank you all and wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It will interest you that he left all the way from Abuja to be here and be part of Amadeo Business Summit 3.0. Let's put our hands together again for him. You know, there's something we have not really paid attention to all the while we were talking about the Amadeo Business Summit. If you look at the screen, you will notice that the motto of Amadeo Business Summit is find a reason to do good. Even when it is not inherent in you to do good, just find that reason and do good. That is part of why God created you. And then the theme of this year's Amadeo Business Summit is transposition of interest in service delivery. I said yesterday that you will have different interests and reasons why we do things. But this year, we are encouraged and urged to find a better reason to do things. That is when you transpose your interests from selfish and personal to that which is beyond and above you. That is why we're here today. Now, we have come to the major part of the event, which is the keynote speech. The keynote speaker is here today. He's a man of a very high reputation. Permit me, as I call on the multimedia, to play his resume as we introduce him to come. Media, please.
The Chief Executive Officer of Eximia Realty Company Limited and Mercury Nominees Investments Limited. He is also the non-executive chairman of the board of directors of Lagos Building Investment Company PLC, Sonedis Limited, a non-executive director of Real, Coventry, United Kingdom, and a few other companies. He is a leading thought leader on African real estate structuring, funding, and delivery, and has been described as having a unique understanding of the connection between financial models, capital markets, and brick and mortar, all within the context of Africa's complex and challenging operating environment. A frequent speaker at international conferences, seminars, and retreats, Hakeem Oguniran is the author of the book, The Law and Practice of Real Estate Investment Trust, with highlights of African REIT models. He retired from UAC of Nigeria PLC in 2018, having served as the managing director of UACN Property Development Company PLC from 2010 to 2018, and managing director of MDS Logistics between 2000 to 2010. Prior to his illustrious stint with UACN, he was at various times a law lecturer, company secretary, legal advisor, sales, marketing manager, and corporate planning manager. He was named one of the top 20 CEOs of the listed companies on the Nigerian Stock Exchange for 2013. He is a member of the National Association of Real Estate Investment Trusts, the worldwide representative voice for REIT and listed real estate companies, a former president and chairman of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators of Nigeria, an executive committee member of the Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce. Oguniran graduated from the University of Lagos in 1984 and passed the bar examinations of the Nigerian Law School in 1985, both with a second-class upper division. He later obtained LLM and MBA degrees from the University of Lagos. A former Fulbright visiting scholar at the Yale Law School, USA, he has attended several high-level management training programs, including the Unilever International Management Seminar, UK, General Management Program of Ashridge Management College, UK, Strategic Leadership Program of Cranfield University, UK, Real Estate Management Program of Harvard Business School, USA, Senior Financial Management Program of the London Business School, and the Housing Finance Program of the University of Wharton Business School, USA. He is a recipient of many awards, including the Federal Government Scholarship for High Academic Standing from 1981 to 1984, Fulbright Scholarship to Yale School, USA from 1991 to 1992, Joint Best Individual Performance in Management Accounting in ICSA Final Examination, Osun State Government of Nigeria's Merit Award 2007, ICSAN Special Award for Exemplary Service 2009, Kwame Nkrumah Award for Corporate Governance Excellence 2009, Distinguished Chartered Secretary of the Year 2010, Association of Professional Bodies in Nigerians Award for Professional Excellence 2011, and Global Home Nigerian Property Awards Property CEO of the Year 2011. Real Estate Unites Person of the Year 2013, Award for REIT Innovation UK 2014, the Odua Business Ambassador Award 2018, and more. He is happily married to Iyabode Oguniran, a professor of law at the University of Lagos, and they are blessed with 3 lovely children. With a standing ovation and a round of applause, let's welcome Hakeem Oguniran.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the podium Mr. Hakeem Oguniro, the keynote speaker. Put your hands together for him, please.
Thank you very much. Please, let's have our seats. The introduction took me by surprise, but that's what Savio Chime can do. Since everybody has been talking about their age and their connection with Enugu, Savio Chime will be 63 this year. I'll be 62. And he always tells me that he's my elder brother. But I always tell him that we are all in our 60s. We're all in our 60s. We're all in our 60s, Secondly, Enugu holds very special memories to me because I'm not sure that I've told Sabio this. I used to run a business for UAC called MDS Logistics. I was CEO of that business for 2000 to 2010. And Enugu was one of our distribution hubs. I had 3 distribution centers in Enugu, 2 on Okpara Avenue. In 2002, we built a DC on Okpara Avenue for Michelin. So I had that one. I had a warehouse behind Mr. Biggs, also on Okpara Avenue. And I had a main warehouse in Emene Industrial Layout, from where we used to feed the warehouses in the center. And from here, we would distribute to Umuahia, sometime to, all over. To Umakodi, we used to distribute to Umakodi from here. And when I came in yesterday again, and I saw the level of infrastructural development in this city. In those days, we used to sneak to Enugu because of Nike Lake. So anytime we're on tour, we'll get to Makodi, drive to here, stay at Nike Lake for 2 days before going back. But today, if you see the level of infrastructure development, the roads, the drainages, anytime I'm in a city, I always watch the level of development. I cannot but just say kudos to this state, kudos to this state. We met, it was such a funny story. We knew ourselves in Nigeria. Meanwhile, our 2 daughters were sharing room in England. They were in the same university in England. We didn't know. We didn't know that they knew themselves. We knew ourselves, So I was invited to preach at Redeem Church, in Reading. So he had come with the daughter to the church. And I said, what are you doing here? I said, what are you also doing here? You know, and that was how we met, you know. So I'm very happy to be here today. I have sent in my presentation, and I believe that they can just load my presentation. I extend my greetings to all our stakeholders in the house, Prof, Festus, my troublesome younger brother, very, very troublesome, you know, but I extend my greetings to you. You know, you're doing great for the industry, and we're very proud of you. Please help me to put your hands together for Festus, so that when I get back to Abuja, you know, I don't know whether my presentation can come now, you know. Okay, you know, when Xavier Chimo sent me the team for this conference, he sent me on a research journey, you know, so I had to start looking for the meaning of transposition. I wanted to find my level and look and take a perspective on the subject. I went everywhere. I wasn't satisfied. Then I went to AI. You know, this is the year of technology. This is the era of technology. So I found the meaning. So I sent them to him that, okay, this is what I found of transposition. So as far as, real estate is concerned, we should be concerned about the future of real estate. The future of real estate. I think we are at the point of inflection in real estate. And when somebody begins to speak about transposition, talking about exchange, value, change, we need to begin to find the nexus between how that will play in the context of a fast changing industry. And that is why I've decided to take my topic as the future of real estate, transposition at inflection point. Next slide, please. You know, I'll share my opening thoughts. Real estate, why transposition? What is the nexus between real estate and prosperity? And also with poverty. What is the position of real estate industry in this country today? I'll look at the real estate market briefly. And I've asked this question, transposition or inflection? What are the drivers of change in the industry? What are the development trends? Because, ladies and gentlemen, when you go to any country and you want to understand the prospect of the real estate in that industry, all you need to do is to look at the development trend. Look at infrastructural development. Look at iconic projects. You know, I always like to take a very optimistic view of real estate, you know, for the simple reason that this is the industry from where I chop. So whatever happens, you know, the Bible says, he who has bountiful eyes shall be blessed. And to have bountiful eyes is to look at opportunities when everybody is looking at trouble. So I always like to take a very optimistic view. So I always follow development trends, look at iconic projects, because they tell you the direction of that industry. So I'll do that very briefly. I think the future is now. Future is now. This is no longer the time to start talking about the inhibitors. We know the inhibitors. So the question is, how do you pull away the inhibitors? What are the levers that you must pull? And then my closing thought is a framework for the future according to World Economic Forum. Next slide, please. Now, this slide is very important to me, you know. And if you are here today to talk about real estate, you are in the right place. You know, in 2022, McKinsey came out with a report that 2/3 of the world's global wealth is stored in real estate, 20% in other assets, you know, and everybody began to argue, you know, and I followed that controversy since. So as at September last year, which is still the last report by Savills, the real estate still remains the biggest store of wealth globally. It is more than global equity and bond markets combined, and it's almost 4 times the size of global GDP. And the reason is very simple, if you're wondering why. I first heard from Xavier Chimo that everything happens on land. You know, was the one that first made that statement to me. at one Red Hand conference in Abuja. Everything happens on land. We build warehouses on land. We build hotels on land. We build schools on land. So without land, everything is nothing. There's a lot of hype about digital today, the digital ecosphere. But the truth of the matter, I always tell the guys in the digital space, is that what they call cloud computing, actually lives on the ground inside data centers. And data centers are real estate. So everything you call cloud today, we are standing in the cloud. The cloud is on the ground inside data centers. And the biggest real estate asset class globally today are the data centers. If I'm also going to show you what is happening to data centers in Nigeria. So when you go forth and you come back to real estate. I heard that somebody is already building a church in the metaverse in Lagos. It's interesting. But tell them, you can do anything in the metaverse. You can go to church in the metaverse. You can go and conduct meetings in the metaverse. You can go and hold wedding in the metaverse. But in the evening, you will still come to sleep in a physical house, real estate. So that should explain to us why we need to pay attention to real estate, why we need to pay attention to housing. My prescription to government, yesterday I saw a report that the Federal Ministry of Health is coming out with an executive order for zero VAT on health items. And I'm wondering, why are we not doing the same thing for housing? We have to bring housing to the center of economic discourse as a nation. It doesn't matter where you look at it. At any country that wants to stimulate the economy, the first place you have to look at is housing. The reason is simple. Yesterday we went to the groundbreaking of Graceland, Rehoboth, and the other estates. If you come back to that place in another 4 months, you will see a whole ecosystem of suppliers, of food, of workmen. These are the people at the base driving the economy. And that's the way it happens. So next slide, please. So real estate remains, so why transposition and real estate? Number one, next slide. The whole world is changing. There are too many things driving change. Real estate itself is changing very fast. We're told that we are now at the tidal wave of urbanization. That by 2050, 70% of the people will live in urban cities. That changes the whole dynamic of what real estate will be doing. Housing, shopping, and things like that. We're still living with new realities post-COVID. COVID has imposed on us new ways of living, new ways of working, new ways of building. Now, e-commerce is becoming the standard. But people don't understand that when there is upsurge of e-commerce in any country, it has to be backed by a very strong real estate architecture. Because people don't understand that e-commerce only enables transaction. E-commerce doesn't deliver the goods. When you do your transaction on your system somewhere, you still need to go to a warehouse. Somebody needs to pick, they need to deliver to you. So typically, when you have the upsurge of e-commerce, as we have in this country, we need to begin to think of a robust supply chain architecture in terms of warehouses, distribution centers, and co. to back up what you are doing. What is that? Real estate. For us as an industry, we need to be aware that there's new competition, new competing asset classes, businesses that are easily scalable, much more than real estate. Technology has taken this center stage. We're going to be aware of sustainability, ESG, and governance. I sit on the board of Real in the UK. And we've spent the past 2 years creating a framework for green affordable housing, which we're going to launch. We've just created a subsidiary called GCHI, Green City Homes International. And thank God we just found new funding, $60 million, which we are putting into that element, But the fundamental fulcrum of the whole development is green, is sustainability, is climate smartness,
green funding, and so on and so forth. There's rapid shift in customer needs and values. Today, everybody wants short. I mean, people no longer take long-term interest. There was a time in this country that I did development in Lagos. You know, when we did ExxonMobil Towers, as we started, we had a tenant who came, took a 5-year lease, paid us 4 billion naira upfront. When I did KPMG Towers in Lagos, as we started, we had a tenant who came, took 3-year lease, paid us 3 billion naira upfront. You know, those type of deals have slipped out of the industry. I mean, you still have find a few of them here and there. But today, people are interested more in short-term interest, new attitude, employment contracts are short. And more importantly, for the purpose of the theme of this conference, today we are speaking of real estate as a service. And when you begin to think of real estate as a service, you are more concerned about your value proposition. Value is benefit minus price. So when you speak of transposition, you're talking of how do I exchange value for the money that this person is giving me? And that's how we should begin to look at it. Next slide, please. Real estate is a driver of prosperity. It's a driver of prosperity. When you want to see how any economy is going, when you enter the country, when you look at how many development sites, you know how the economy is going. If you don't find so many, that economy is not doing very well. And most importantly, it's the critical driver of economic development indicators. All the HDI indices, they are tied to real estate. Next slide, please. Now, real estate also has a very strong link with poverty. Anytime you want to look at poverty, please go to real estate for 2 reasons. Number one, home ownership helps to create sources of wealth for people. A house that you build and buy today, that you're empowered. And that is why what Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria is doing is very critical to the economy. They empower you to buy a house today. Maybe the house is 30 or 40 million. You pay your counterpart funding. They finance the rest. You are able to repay. 10 years from now, just imagine how much wealth you have created. The housing sector has a tremendous effect on the broader economy. It contributes to GDP, private residential investment, and consumption spending on housing services. In the US, it amounts to about 18% of the GDP. In this country, it's still about 1 or 2%. Next slide, please. Now, housing is also directly linked with poverty. You know, one of the things I find curious about this country is that we are spending money on the health sector. But do you know that where people live is a critical determinant of the type of diseases they run into? When people live in slums, you know, automatically, and there's a lot of empirical studies which has been done by WHO organization that housing is a social determinant of health and well-being, and it has critical implications on the life of the people. Next slide. Now, I've been building this slide for about 4 years. You know, one of the reasons why we also need to begin to talk of transposition in real estate is the fact that today our industry is seen as haven for fraudsters. Anywhere you go, and you see all these reports, somebody builds a house, 6 flats, he collects money from 200 people, he runs away. Somebody builds a house, you know, 13 flats. There's a man who built 13 flats in Lagos. He built 16 flats in Lagos. He collected money from 500 people. You know, these are the people giving the industry the kind of bad name that we all want to run away from. You know, so if you are a developer and you hear your counterpart talking of transposition of interest, you have to also sit down and begin to understand that now I have to know that I have to give value in exchange for money that I'm collecting from people. And what is value to them? They want quality. They want good design. They want timeliness. They don't want you to give them 2 years and not deliver in 5 or 6 years. They don't want you to go and build and not get all the approvals. And then suddenly after you have sold 5, 10 years, The regulator comes, they come and demolish the building. No, you have collected your money, you have moved on. That is not the picture of somebody who understands the necessity for transposition. Please, let's go on. So, I'll just look at the economic snapshot very, very, very quickly, and then I'll move on. Global real estate market, 3.8 trillion, estimated to go to 5.85 trillion by 2030. Nigerian market was estimated at 2.4 trillion in 2024. And of course, we know the drivers, population. Somebody says, it depends on who is counting. We are between 180 and 220 million. But urbanization continues. And of course, as a contributor to GDP, it's still about 5% in 2023. And you will see 2024 now. I think we can move on. I have all this in the slide. I think we can move on. This is that's the snapshot of the economy as at August 2024, which I got from Dr. Adedipe. We can move on. I can just leave this one now. We can move on. Now, go back to the next. Go back one slide. Transposition or inflection. My view is that there are some trends that will force a change in this industry, and I'm going to speak about 3 or 4 of those trends. Number 1. Regulatory compliance and regulatory intensity. We're now in an era of regulatory compliance. And the reason is simple. We've had building collapses. Today, in those days when you had that a building collapse and 2 people die, you are worried. But today, you hear about building collapses, all of us shout about it, 30 people, 40 people dead, nobody's worried. I currently sit as the chairman of Construction and Real Estate Group of the Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce. And later this month, we are holding a program on building collapses. So proliferation of real estate players. So necessity for self-regulatory organizations. You can see what I call the resolute enforcement of city master plans. We've seen in FCT, we've seen Benue, we've seen Kaduna, we've seen even in Enugu, in this state, many kidnapper dens have been demolished. I hope you have been following the story, because they were built not for the purpose for which it was. So we're in an era of regulatory and compliance intensity. And everybody as a player, when they were demolishing houses in Lagos, I told my customers, and every time I granted an interview, I said, with my development, it is not possible. The reason is simple. Real estate is a business of process, it's a business of compliance, it's a business of regulation. There are steps, they're very, very onerous steps. But I have taken, maybe because of my background from UAC, I've taken a very simple decision. Before I till the ground, I comply with all the regulations in whatever city I'm operating. In Lagos, I'll do my building approval from LASPA. You go on to LAPSCA to get permission to move to site. You say can't go to site. You go back, you go to Safety Commission to get permission to go. You go to, in fact, as simple as today in Lagos, even your signboard, you have to get from whoever, But we must understand that these are the rules. Maybe because I'm a lawyer, I find myself in a position that I cannot, flout. So regulation compliance. Next slide. This is the era of title uncertainty, and I know my brother just worked for the federal government on land reform. Today you've seen demolitions in FCT because of conflicting title. You've seen in Lagos. You've seen what happened at Magodo. At least you read in the papers. Magodo is a whole big residential development. After about 30 years, that's a judgment. They came one day, they wanted to enforce the judgment. You've seen what happened in Iwaya. There was a case in court between a church and the community for 33 years. After 33 years, the church won. But just imagine how many times titles have changed hands during that period. So all of us need to pay attention, and this will certainly force change in this industry. Next, please. I always ask the question, where is the money? You know, my mantra is that real estate is a funding game. You know, so whenever you have the privilege of sitting beside the MD of Federal Mortgage Bank or the MD of AG Mortgage, you know, take them seriously because they have the money. I sit as the chairman of a mortgage bank. You know, where is the money? We have to be innovative in our financing. When I retired, you know, I retired from UAC. When I started my business, so I came to Soviet. I say, so how do you finance your projects? Then he said, one of the things you have to do is to go and build partners. Go and build partners. Go and build project investors. And then he explained to me the way he has been doing it. I say, this is Expo. And that is exactly what I've done for my business. I've been run that business for 5 years, and I've not borrowed from any bank. I've been running my business organically, growing organically. I don't believe in project indigestion. If I can do only one at a time, I do it. I've raised project investors, I've raised project partners, and that is helping me. So we need to be a lot more innovative, bold, innovative financing solutions. When I hear people that they have gone to take loan from a bank, 4% per month to do real estate, I said, in all likelihood, you are doing kidnapping with your real estate. The margin from this business, there's no way you can sustain 48% interest rate. It is not possible. So we have to look for medium to long-term funding, reasonably priced, non-variable interest rates. A lot of us will go and sign, go and take a mortgage with a loan with variable interest rates, not knowing that that's a Supreme Court decision, Union Bank and Nozigi. Please go check it out. That when there's a variable interest clause in your loan facility, the bank is at liberty. So the bank is waiting. MPR goes to 27.5%. They just send you a letter, and you are in the middle of the project. What do you do? Reasonably priced, digitizable. Whether we like it or not, we are moving into digitization. I'm part of 2 projects now that they are trying to tokenize their projects. You know, we're putting together a very, very strong vehicles. Put them together. Fortunately, I floated a REIT before. So we create the vehicle. But the beauty of it is that now we're able to sell the units as tokens. You know, one of the problems of real estate industry is liquidity. So when you get a level that you can sell tokens, that people can buy and sell and exchange amongst themselves, then we'll be making some very good progress. Next slide, please. I need to run. I will leave this. I need to run. I just want to add from this slide that I'm absolutely impressed by what we saw yesterday. I'm a strong advocate of collaboration in this industry. In fact, I always speak of winning collaborations, not harmful competitions. In my business, every project I have done is a joint venture, you know. And by the way, I have a major AV coming up with Copen in Lagos very soon. You people will hear, you'll hear very soon. Eh? What you have heard yesterday is something small compared to what you will hear very soon. Next slide, please. Technology, of course, I've spoken about technology takes the center stage. Next slide. I've also done a review of the categories, you know, but because of time, you know, I've done a review of living segment, luxury segment, premium and classic segment. Next. I've done a review of comfort homes, affordable social housing. Yesterday, you know, you had the Honorable Minister saying that we are making progress about the renewed Hope Housing Program, you know, which is really very good, and some bright spots that we have seen. Next slide, please. I need to go to, so I looked at office, I looked at retail, I look at industrial and logistics and hospitality, you know, which is what I've done. Let's move on. Now, as I'm driving to close this presentation, you know, I told us that and I think what we should always try to do, to understand the direction of real estate in any country, you have to look at the direction of infrastructure and iconic projects. Because, and I like to say that if you look at Nigeria, there are very strong pipelines, residential, commercial. In fact, what you see in real estate is, I think it's antithetical to the stories they tell about Nigeria, but you have to be a player and understand what is really happening. So I've taken a look at some ongoing, iconic, game-changing projects. Most of them are above $100 million, and it's infrastructural developments. Next slide, please. So I took a look at Dangote refinery. And if you look at this project, it is yesterday, day before yesterday, one of our friends, Nii Akinlusi, has just been appointed as the MD of Lekki Worldwide. So I went to sit down with him in the office. And the whole of that axis, this project has become a fantastic multiplier. And for real estate, that is what you need. So when you see projects like this, you begin to understand what is the direction of real estate. Next, please. I'm sure we know that the United States is building the largest consulate anywhere in the world in Nigeria. And you have to ask yourself, why will the US build the largest consulate anywhere in the world in Nigeria? And more importantly, what is the impact of that on real estate? I think the whole of the precinct on Amadeo Bello Way, from Harbour Point down to the junction, this is the time to go and take position. Because everything in that place, everything will just move in the direction that we don't expect. Next, please. Lagos-Calabar Highway Project. Now, this project is 1,076 square kilometers. I saw the Minister for Works saying the other day that the first phase, 47 kilometers, will be delivered by May 2025. As a real estate person, that should start telling us something. All along, if you have patient capital, this is the time to take position. Next slide, please. Of course, Lagos State, red line, blue line, so all the way now from Ogun State down to Yaba, down to CMS, the whole axis is being transformed. And this naturally tells me as a real estate person that this is the kind of thing I want to do. Next, please. Oh, I can't speak too much about Fort Mainland Bridge, because incidentally, this one is landing very close to my project, So you can begin to imagine the multiplier effect. What this tells me, what this tell me is that there's a significant pipeline upon which I can build as somebody thinking in this industry. Next slide, please. Massive pipeline in Lagos. Massive, and these are high-level developers. These are not money marauders. Massive pipelines in Lagos. Next slide. If you look at, I've taken two particular projects, an office project and a retail project. And it's as if they are building as if something is pursuing them. When Yoruba say as if something is pursuing them. They are building the way they build in Dubai, and they are waiting to deliver very soon. Pantheon, I think I also spoke about Oka Mall. Next slide, please. And this is the whole of the pipeline in Ikoyi VI and Lekki. By the way, we're studying Abuja now. We also bring it together, put together the pipeline in Abuja as well. Next. This is the retail mall. After a long lull, we now have a major retail. This is 30,000 square meters. After Novare Mall, nobody has done even 10,000 square meters, But now, this is trying to bring whatever to that segment. Next slide. I spoke about data centers. Everywhere now, major investment in data centers. Major investment in data centers. Next slide, please. Okay. I'm sure we've heard about the Ark. This is the project of Winners Chapel. This is a $110 million project, And if you listen to Bishop Oyedepo the other day, federal government has just approved a airstrip for Canaan land, So what does that say for real estate in that segment? The whole of that behind Ota up to Iju, things will just begin to happen. Next, please. I was talking about this school. You know, the proprietors of this school have already put over $100 million. This is the Charter House. This is the first presence of UK, of bringing a UK institution into an African country, South Africa. You know, and you go into this school, you're just amazed that these people, what are they thinking? They have to say something. You know, unfortunately, it's like a 5 minutes walk from my new project. You know, so I'm very, very excited about this. You know, they put over $100 million, and it's supposed to be primary and secondary school. You know, and when you see foreign investors taking this type of position in our real estate space, it must tell you something. You know, I'm also, next slide. I'm fascinated by Wigwe University. You know, not because the late Albert Wigwe was my friend. You know, I follow what he has tried to do, the kind of infrastructure he has put in this. This should tell us also that there are things that are happening in our segment. Next slide. I think I have a few other slides. Okay, I always talk about Lakwe Lakes. The GLE is doing great. It's expanding. I think it's now on phase 4, and they are making, creating unique real estate ecosystem. Next. This is Sisimi Lagos, you know, fantastic vision, you know, putting and making the kind of strides that you can only imagine from the books. Next, please. This is Macarius. This, I'm sure you've seen this Pastor Matthew Ashimolowo's project. I also consulted on this project. You know, this guy has built a water park that can rival what you have in Dubai. Water park, $9 million only, just on the water parks. And he has created an ecosystem that you just can't but marvel at it. Next slide, please. Okay, and we are also creating something. I just thought that I should also mention it, that we're creating something which we're going to also launch very soon in Lagos by the grace of God. Next slide, please. Now, as I try to close this presentation, so we have opportunities, we have people making these strides. We're speaking transposition, but there are inhibitors. There are, just imagine if we have the kind of environment where you don't have to, just imagine if you have a one-stop shop you want to build, you can just go, only 3 agencies, all working together, not working at cross purposes. Like Festus said earlier, there was a time I was doing a project, one agency said, do it this way. Another agency said, no, pay this amount. And I said, okay, let us pay this amount. This one said, if you pay the amount, we will shut down your site. 2 agencies in the same government. For 11 weeks, we were waiting. For a developer who has borrowed money, and you are paying interest on a daily basis, 11 weeks is like an eternity. So there are inhibitors. Next slide. But I don't want to talk about the inhibitors. You know, we've spoken about them over and over. Next slide. You know, I've just grouped them together. We know where the inhibition lies. Land, infrastructure, funding, technical challenges, legal and regulatory. Just think about the Land Use Act. Since 1978, we have not made any review to the principal legislation driving land transactions. 1978, no review. No review. But I've always told any state that is smart, you know, that we've been talking about the difficulty in amending the Land Use Act. But the reality of the matter is that most of the regulations that are inhibiting land transaction today, they are not from the provisions of the Land Use Act. They are from regulations made under the Land Use Act. So as a state, you can change the regulations today if you want to. You can change the regulations. I'll give you a typical example. The Land Use Act says in sections 24 and 26, it shall be unlawful to alienate without consent. But it doesn't say the procedure you must follow for consent. It doesn't say how much you must pay for consent. It is people, it is governments who have imputed revenue generation philosophy into land transactions, who have made it so difficult by imposing exorbitant consent fees. You don't have to wait for the repeal or amendment of the Land Use Act. You can change those regulations today. And that is the way we should all be working. So what are the levers that we have to pull? I need to round up. Next slide, please. I think the future is now. And I believe that's why we are speaking about transposition. We're speaking about inflection. Next slide. If you want to drive this industry, you must look at land. Overhaul the land tenure system, facilitate easy access to land, solve Land Use Act issue, CFO. People don't understand that the certificate of occupancy is not a conclusive document of title. I hope you know. In fact, the Supreme Court said in Ogunke and me that the CFO in the hand of that man was a worthless piece of paper. So the amendment must solve that. We have to get to a level that there's a title that the law should tell you that once you take A, B, C steps, you have done all that the law requires to do, and there's no evidence of fraud or malfeasance on your part. The title must be guaranteed by law. Finance, I can speak about it from now till tomorrow. And I'm not going to talk about anything that I've not done before. Even when the regulatory regime was very difficult in this country, we raised money. In 2010, as MD of UPDC, we raised the first non-government, non-financial institutional bond in this country, 15 billion naira in 2010. Every other person in the industry, they came after me. Dangote, flour mills, the first non-government, non-financial institution we raised for real estate. In 2012, we floated a REIT, 32 billion. In 2013, we went back, we raised another bond. In 2014, we did rights issue, we raised money. I was talking to Prof about urban regeneration. When we were going to do regeneration of Festa, we went to the market, we raised money. That was when the regulatory environment was very tough. When we floated our REIT, the regulation was so bad that we had to go and sit down with SEC. That SEC changed its rules. They were that understanding that, okay, if you can do this, we can do this. That was how we were able to float that REIT in 2013. You know? So we need to begin to think. People always say that there is 14, 15 trillion naira in pension fund. But pension fund will never invest directly in real estate. But they will invest in real estate vehicles. So the challenge for us as practitioners is to sit down and create asset-backed securities, vehicles that we can take to the market. And the amount may be small, it may be too big for individual to drive, but that's why the power of collaboration comes. Infrastructure. Today, we see government giving tax credit for road construction, tax credit for this. One of the greatest challenges I have with the government on the issue is on land taxation. The basis of land taxation is on an increment theory, which says that the value of your land has been enhanced by facilities and infrastructure not provided by you, provided by government. Therefore, contribute something back. But when you are the one providing all the infrastructure, you are the one providing your primary infrastructure, you are the one providing your water, you are the one providing your sewage treatment, you are the one providing your water treatment. What is the basis for changing land taxation? So I think that's a strong case for us as industry, and this is an advocacy point for you, Festus, to drive for tax credit for the infrastructure that have been provided by developers, just as we have seen that they've done for Dangote and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. I'm rounding up. I've spoken about tax incentives already. And by the way, the new regulation on tax last week is very good because it has, now if you want to float a REIT now, the coast is clear. Those days, there was problem of double taxation, but that has been eliminated. And the reason is simple. When we started this advocacy, Taiwo, who is now the chairman, he was one of us. So he knew what he wanted to do, and he has achieved that for real estate investment trust. I think I can leave this and go to my final slide. Final slide, please. Okay, this slide is very important to me. Sorry. No more head mentality. Every developer today, we're not looking at the opportunities. Everybody just I want to build estate. I want to build estate. But the real opportunities are sleeping in this industry. Student hostel accommodation. My company, we have just done a deal with one of the first generation universities to do 10,000 bed hostel space. 10,000 bed hostel space for one of the southern new generation, first generation universities. Co-living, co-work, crowdfunding, warehouse and data centers, real estate notes. You know, when Sobiochime told me about Project Investor, I took it a bit further. I created real estate notes. So those my investors, I issued real estate notes to them. And I make sure it's below regulatory limit, regulatory threshold, so that nobody can run after me. That opportunity is there. Co-investing, you pay consultancy for that to pros. Co-investing, and of course, urban regeneration. I have led a major urban regeneration initiative in this country, and I know that there are significant opportunities for that. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very vibrant, this is a very great industry. There are challenges. The future will belong to those. The future, by the way, is now. Belong to those who, like the Bible says, you know, the Bible talks of the children of Issachar. It says they have what? They have understanding of the times. As a player in this industry, you must understand the times. You must understand the opportunities. You must understand the challenges. You must understand the trends. Take technology seriously. This is the era of AI. There are two things that will happen in our industry that must happen. We must commoditize housing. We must be able to buy and sell house the same way you buy and sell any other product. We must commoditize housing and we must industrialize the process of housing delivery. The deputy governor yesterday spoke about using mud houses and things like that. But when you want to build to scale, when you want to do 10,000 houses, how much of mud can you use? You know, I think on the contrary, we need to step up our advocacy. Those building materials that are killing us, we have to find a way of getting government to look at the duty on those. You know, custom charges duty at dollar exchange rate. You know, that is where we have to step up. I'll give you an example. In 2020, before COVID, still reinforcement per metric ton was like 140,000 naira. After COVID, it went to 150. When it got to 180, I was the one that made noise on our platform that, what are people doing? Reinforcement is inching towards 200,000. Today, it's about 1.2 million naira. About 1.2 million naira. So what do? We need to pay particular attention to those things. You know, so you have to pay attention to technology, pay attention to regulation, walk in the path of compliance. I always encourage developers. I like to walk the path of compliance. I like to do my project strictly in accordance with the law without bending the rules. I encourage all of us in this industry. The future belongs to those who walk in the path of compliance. Those who are able to innovate in terms of funding. Not just sit down and go and take a CP of 3 months. You are dead. If you remain in this industry, you are very lucky. Because real estate is a financing game. You must always be able to match your assets and liabilities optimally. Otherwise, when Sobiochime calls us to this conference next year, you'll be in your village. You probably will not be a real estate developer. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
All right, thank you. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Akim
Oguniro. A round of applause. Thank you, sir. That was very amazing. I don't know about you, but for me, I've learned so much today. So please, can we celebrate ourselves once again? Turn to your neighbor, say, neighbor, neighbor. I can't hear your voices. Say, neighbor, neighbor. I hope you are learning. Well, for me, these 3 days have changed my life. Just yesterday, I've started my real estate project. I've started my project. I know the name of a real estate or project would determine how far it will go. Yesterday, we went for the groundbreaking Mercyville project, Graceland. You hear the names? So if you want to invest into project like that, check the name. How can you see a name? Aponono Real Estate. You know where the future is. So please show them my new project. That's my project. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. So I heard what you said about the scam that is into real estate now. That is why if you want to buy a land, do your duly checks. And I always advise people to invest in Copen Group's project because everything they have done, perfect. Last year, my sister called me and said, Frances, all this money you are making from comedy, come and invest, come and buy land in Lagos. They said I should come and buy land where Dangote is building refinery. So I sent money to Lagos. I became very proud that I'm a neighbor to Dangote. When my friends talk about buying land and cars, I will say, no, buy land. So when the refinery started, I said, let me go and check my land. The agent, as we're going, I'll ask him, where is my land? He says, in front. We'll drive. He said, my brother, can you see from here to here? Redeem is about to build their school. In the next 2 months, this place will blow. Where is my land? He says, in front. We'll drive. He said, my brother, can you see from here to here? Lagos State Institute, they're about to build their own. In the next 2 months, this place will blow. 3 hours later, I saw myself, welcome to Edo State. Somebody that, Dangote, that is my neighbor. So we'll be going into the panel section, but truly, I have really learned enough. And I want to say thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity and privilege to be part of this. And to all the young people who are here, if you notice the people who are coming here to talk, they've spent time over the years. They didn't just make it in one day. But our generation want to make it very fast. That is why I don't know how many of you did MMM in Nigeria. They already, okay, you did MMM. MMM is the only thing that can make us one. During MMM, Nigerians became very polite. You don't shout on your neighbor. You call somebody, hello, sir. Have you been paid? Can you confirm? Both Muslims and Christians, they were one. My friend who was owing his landlord, he didn't know when they matched him and the landlord. Immediately he called, hello, sir. Have you been paid? Oga said, you have paid your rent. So young people, let's not be fast. You see, these people are taking their time. And for every one of them that have received award here, they have wonderful families. Am I not saying it? Yes, because I think the woman you marry will also determine how far you will go in your business. Yes. By God's grace, I am 10 years in marriage. I don't look at it, right? Mona clap for me. I look slim, Abi. I look slim. It's family problem. Welcome, sir, Pastor Ed. Please, can we celebrate God's servant, Pastor Edwin Bible, the Bishop of House on the Rock, Southeast Nigeria. Thank you. God bless you, sir. So the pressure that our generation face, these people that came up here, they don't face it. Look at me. The other day, my children just started school. Day one, they gave me one list. They said toiletries. 3 of them, 300,000. How? One tissue in Nigeria is 200 naira. If you divide 300, that means each child is using 1,500 toilet roll. I asked the owner of the school, do they have spiritual diarrhea? I have to warn my children, don't poo in this school. When they go to school, I give them flagy. Take this one in the morning, take this one in the afternoon. It's too much. I saw the school that, when if people saw that school, you know how much? My little son, I took him to school. They said discovery class, 700. I said, Pikin one I never discover. I didn't know when I took the boy to go and watch Discovery Channel. So we have in the next panel section. Are we ready? Okay. They say I should continue. Because now in Nigeria, people don't laugh. Some people here now, their fuel is in red. As you are driving, when you get to the hill, you put it on neutral. We'll come out of it. We saw the prophecy. He said, they run, will run. I will keep on running. So young people, let's learn from them. And I tell people in marriage, there is no formula to marriage. My marriage counselor, who have been counseling us since 10 years, is having problem in his marriage. And I mean, they counsel her life, not turn by turn. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, when you marry and you're successful in your marriage, you do well in business. Young people, I'm talking to you. So we're ready. Okay. Please, a round of applause for her.
You notice that every day, every time he mounts to talk, he wants to talk about his family and family problem. Has your family problem become a community problem? He says he's looking for help. Please, did anybody see help around here? I saw help outside when I was coming in. Did you see help anywhere? Okay, it's up. It's on top of the roof. Okay. Gentlemen, ladies, we're still on with the program, Amadeo 3.0, the final day. Just like he said, as the keynote speaker was speaking, a very important personality came into our midst. He is the Southeast Regional Director of House on the Rock. He is the convener of Wisdom for Winning. And of course, he is the lead pastor, House on the Rock, Enugu, Reverend Dr. Edwin Bayebo. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for being part of the program. We are going to the first panel session. We're going to have 2 in a row. And this very panel is loaded. Please, if you can cease movement, if anybody around you is making noise or trying to distract you, push the person away or change your seat. You have my permission. When I begin to call the names of the panelists, then you understand why. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we call the first member of the panel, Malam Usman Shehu Osidi, Managing Director of Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. Please, sir. Next is Mr. Ngozi Ayogo, the Managing Director, AG Mortgage Bank PLC. He is the second member of the panel. He will soon get to the stage. And finally, last but not the least, Professor Timothy Olugbenganubi, Director, Center for Housing Studies, UNILAG. And of course, the moderator for this panel is no other than the convener himself, Reverend Dr. Ugochukwu Chime. Please, let's put our hands together. And after this panel, we're going to have another panel, which also centers on housing. Remember what the convener told us yesterday. He said that you will learn how to be part of the housing ecosystem, or you will know how to own a house yourself. So this is the time. Any distraction around you, please shake it off. Yes, moderator, sir.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank God for the opportunity that we have today to have in the house the key drivers of the sector. I'd like to appreciate them for agreeing to be part of this discourse. The purpose is for us to be drinking from their fountain of knowledge, network, and what they have done. Going back, you could see that Barrister Oguniro, he was a lecturer at University of Lagos. And he told us something as he was making presentation. If you didn't listen, I did. He told us he took 4 years to be gathering information and preparing what he presented. That is why some of us worry when in our various functions, they pay the comedian more than the keynote speaker. A man took 4 years to prepare what he will present to us. I hope that in the next year, when we come around, we will be in a position to give testimonies. There was something that the MDC of Federal Mortgage Bank said. He said that the last time we had an interaction, he took away something, that today he's mentoring 3 people and building their lives. Let's clap for him. Because, so the question is, what are you taking away today? So that when we gather again, because we'll be here by the grace of God, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of the second week in October 2025, so that we know ahead of time what testimony we'll give. We have on this panel quite a range of people. Let me start by mentioning Malam Shehu Usidi. He's somebody that have served in commercial banks. He's the most prepared MD, Chief Executive of Federal Mortgage Bank. Because apart from serving and heading federal departments, he was the special assistant to 2 chief executives. And being somebody who myself I have served as PA to a military administrator, PA to commissioner, I know that PA as a position is a position for learning. Sir, you are welcome. Thank you so much. Please sit down, sir. Mr. Ngozi Anyog is of AG Mortgage Bank PLC, one of the topmost mortgage bank in Nigeria today. Very effective, dynamic, and very honest institution to deal with. You can be sure that what they say is what they will do. And not only that, he was the chief training officer for Savannah Bank. He has held various portfolio in various commercial banks across this country before working and coming to bring to bear those experiences in the mortgage space. He delights in training people and impacting them. Sometimes we will go to meet some ministers or meet some people. They say, okay, this one is one that recruited us into the industry. And we are now start joking in the board and say, who do you not know? So tell us. Instead of asking you, who do you know? Please tell us who you do not know so that we can now come from that angle. It's safer and easier. So I want to appreciate you so much. I've mentioned about Professor Nubi. I've said what he has done, and he is somebody that I look up to. One of the reasons why, yes, one of the reasons, you see, When I saw him serving and being there with Dr. Alhaji Latif Jakonde, carrying his bag, it reminded me of my own role because I'm privileged to have in this hall the man I started serving from the 1980 when I was 19. He is barrister and a surveyor, a fellow of Nigerian Institute of Surveyors. He's sitting down there. Albert Siedoga. Sir, you're welcome. Please stand so that people can see my Oga. Because people are seeing the Ogas. That is him. He's the man that grabbed me and called me in 1990 and said, your star is too bright. If you remain in the civil service, they will finish you because your achievement will cut envy. And he carried me and said, leave the civil service and go on your own. And insisted that I leave the civil service at the age of 33. I said, go. So you're welcome, sir. So when I saw Professor Nubi there with Alhaji Latif Jakonde, I felt so happy that I have a brother indeed who have learned that service is the way to blessing. So thank you so much. We are going to still have a panel that comes after this. But we are desirous of looking at these things. So many issues. The Southeast people thrive themselves and are happy about real estate. They like to own houses. We are representing something. The best humble MD that we have in Federal Mortgage Bank is here. We have you serving in the middle because in Federal Mortgage Bank, they deal with both developers and they deal with both mortgage banks. So they serve both the supply and demand side. We have Sangoja Anyok serving the demand side. And we'll have Professor Nubi, who is also a member of the Board of Trustees of Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, serving the supply side. So we're going to look at key issues. We're going to give each one of us 10 minutes. We have given them some discussion points, and each person is permitted to look at it from the area that he wants to speak to. We have issues on financing models for affordable housing. We have issues to discuss on land access and housing development. We have issues for discussion on regulatory and policy challenges. We have issues for discussion on mortgage accessibility and inclusiveness. We also have issues for discussion, number 5, on sustainability in housing development. We have also issues for discussion on public-private partnerships. And we have issues for discussion on technology and innovation. And then we have, finally, issues for discussion on risk management and investment models. We're going to give each one of them 10 minutes and allow them to touch on areas that they feel that strikes them as to what we need. We have here an assemblage of developers and other stakeholders and professionals in the industry. So we'll be giving each of us a 10 minutes. We have something that we can look at and know whether your time is going very fast. So permit me to start with the supply side. Because when I was trying to ask myself, how do I start? I asked myself, is it not when you produce houses through Federal Mortgage Bank that you start looking for demand? Or somebody said, no, it is when people demand for houses that you now produce so that they can. So I became confused. Do I start from supply side or do I start from demand side? But for whatever it is, because the man nearest to me is a member of the Board of Trustees of Redan, like me, I like to play home advantage with him. And after him, then I will go to Malam Shehu Osidi, who is sitting in the middle of the whole transaction. And then we'll now go to Sangozi Anyok. So, sir, Prof, Whichever one that you want to speak to, you have 10 minutes and the floor is yours, sir.
Because I do a general overview. Immediately you send this to me, I look at, okay, quickly scroll through. I couldn't just extract affordable housing. Continue. Let's just look at, come back to the slum. Sincerely speaking, I want to appreciate my invitation. And I want to tell us that this is a problem of Africa. And I want to appreciate the lead speaker, Hakim, for that. After the presentation, I told him, I said, look, you are a lead speaker. We have a conference coming up in November. We've already appointed someone from United Nations, UN Habitat. I told him we cancel. Because this is the message we need now. And God has been preparing him in the last 4 years. I told him you be the, you are the, so there were so many things I've gained from attending this this year. But I just want to tell us that the reality of our time, and the need for us to really know that we have a lot of work in our hand. I bless God for those fantastic projects that are coming to the country. Like Barrister Ogunino said, when you begin to see such projects coming to this country, there is hope in this country. When you begin to see those kind of pictures that we have seen as projects that are coming, there is hope. And I kept on saying that the rich, they know the problem of the poor. Because if the whole thing is well structured, we call it filtration process in housing. In housing economy, there's a process we call filtration process. I'm living in a room and parlor in a slum. By the time I upscale my status and move to a bigger apartment or own my house, the house I'm living is not going to be demolished. It filtered down to people at lower level that will move to that scale. So by the time we are building up there, we'll be able to directly or indirectly filter down, but it could take long time. But if we are conscious of the scale and the magnitude of the problem before us, that 80 to 90%, 70 to 80%, let me just be modest, but I know it's more than that, of people living in most of our cities across Africa, they're living in slum. They're living in slum. And these are pictures. These are pictures. You can go on. No. Okay. I took this picture myself. Few years ago. A room to let, 800 naira. And I kept on telling people that this was not a corner in Lagos. Behind this house is Third Mainland Bridge. It's Third Mainland Bridge you are looking at. It's Third Mainland Bridge we are looking at. You see, And I'm saying this with every sense of responsibility because this gathering is God inspired. It's God inspired. So, we will not be looking at things from the way the government looks at things because we have the heart of Christ. And the heart of Christ is the heart of Nehemiah. Nehemiah said that when I heard about the state of Jerusalem, the fence collapsed, the temple destroyed. He said he mourned. And the king saw his countenance, that this is not the countenance of the man I know. And this was the problem. And he said, I heard about the situation of my people. And the book of Amos says something. He said, woe unto those that are east in Zion. Those that are living comfortably in Zion, and they forgot about the plight of the people of Zion, and they were saying that it does not concern me. He said, when the problem comes, he said they will knock into that house and they will ask, is there anyone still inside for us to kill? And that's why the welfare of the people, under the spirit that the generality of our people, how do we carry them along? There is no generation since God created heaven and earth that has so much access to prosperity, to technology, that it is not permissible for anyone under the sun to be living in squalor. But if this has been our experience, if we met this like that, like this little step is taken, we can all contribute our little quota towards changing it. So that these people, 2 weeks after, I want to tell you that this place was fully occupied. But let me tell you something that you don't know. Anytime I show this slide, people ask me, why are they living? Why are they so dirty? Why are they living on this material? They just sweep their house and pour the waste? No. This waste you are seeing, they bought it. This is the poor man's building material. This waste you see, they bought it from the truck owners. Those who are supposed to face dump sites, they bought it to sandfill the swamp. And after sandfilling the swamp, they will put just few layers of sand and put the stick and build the house. After 2 rainfall, the sands are washed away. The waste is exposed. But that was the one when they moved into it. So we have, go to another slide. Okay. There were several efforts that government have made over the years. But the efforts were really not yielding because they were disjointed. No collaboration among the stakeholders. There was a time in the early 60s and 70s, 80% of the cases in the law court, they were land-related. People dying, people were macheted on land ownership. And because of that, we just felt that there should be land use decree. And immediately that happened, litigation in court reduced. But we were thinking that immediately you solve the problem of land, people will have access to houses. So policies in the 70s, especially up to the time of President Shehu Shagari, promoted certain services that give people land, they will build. But I happen to enjoy land allocation. 2 minutes left. Okay. Okay. I happen to enjoy land allocation, one of the Shagari schemes at Isherolofin. It was then we discovered that you can have land and yet not have a house. Because after about 5 years, I fenced the property, about 5 coaches, and that was what I was using to identify my land. But I got there one day and I found out that my fence was stolen. I was the first recorded case in Lagos or in Nigeria of stolen fence. When I got there, I was looking for the land because it was the fence I used to identify it. Then I reported to the police station. They ran. I said somebody stole my fence. They jumped up at the Sherry police station. They said, how come? Somebody employed someone to be chiseling my block out. When it was 200, they used truck to come and carry away. That was how they stole the fence in Lagos. So we suddenly discovered that land ownership is not house ownership. We suddenly discovered that it's finance. That you can have land, once you don't have access to funding, it cannot be done. So, several efforts were made. Let's just go to the last slide, and I saw, okay, continue, sorry. Just continue until we get to that just one slide. Okay, stop there. So this presentation is the collaboration we are talking about, those of us that are seated here. And you see that this slide was dated 2006. What changed the world and put an end to slave trade was the invention of steam engine. The steam engine heralded starting of industrialization. The second most important thing that changed human history after steam engine of 18th century in UK, the 21st century invention that changed the whole world that started in US. Mortgage is an invention that impacted the whole world. And that was why, because of the subprime lending that busted in 2007, the whole world is still gambling with recession since then. It's the mortgage. Until we get the mortgage sector right, we cannot achieve affordable housing. We can never. So, it takes the government, whatever it will cost the government, that machine, that instrument, mortgage, we must develop it. Because without developing it, let me tell you something. It is only in Nigeria that somebody will leave university and say, I want to build a house. In UK, an average citizen, they buy a house. But in Nigeria, an average person build a house. You need to be a celebrity to build a house. Michael Jackson, to build a house in developed country. But it's the reverse here. It's the rich people that buys houses here. And that links to what Barrister Hakim said. Until we begin to produce houses as a commodity, mass scale production that will crash price, we can't get there. This is the model we gave the federal government. 2007, housing finance, linking it to Redan, development agent, using cooperative, connecting to FMBN. Until we run this structure, it's a system. Develop each point that whatever FN have could be sized, and we have this pool of fund, we will still be wasting time. It is not all nations that survive. There is this secret in one book called Why Nations Fail. You design a system. Designing a system will take time, but we must get it.
Amen.
Let me drop.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Prof, thank you so much. I must tell you that after going to these slums and for so many years, in 2014, he was telling me that he's going to retire. He's tired of all this thing. Are we making effort? I told him, you're not retiring. We are just started. And you can see that I'm happy that the passion, the drive, the energy, the belief is back fully. And Prof is spending himself. Thank you so much, sir. You have suffered so much for this industry. Next to speak is the MDC of Federal Mortgage Bank. But I'd like to say something. The housing renovation loan of Federal Mortgage Bank, the rent-to-own scheme introduced by Federal Mortgage Bank, the diaspora funding initiative introduced by Federal Mortgage Bank, were all the brainchild of Shehu Sidi as SA, not as MDO. So let's clap for him. He saw through the system and realized that we must have to do better than this. And that is why when he was appointed the MDCE, I knew that Federal Mortgage Bank is about to witness the greatest innovation ever. If we could generate this transforming initiative, 3 of them, I'd like to invite him. You are free from all the 8 areas we have spoken about. So pick areas that you want to speak to, and let us hear from your wealth of experience, sir.
Thank you very much, the moderator, sir. I know this is meant to be a panel discussion, but I will crave your indulgence to stand like Prof did, so that we can express ourselves more freely. Thank you for the kind compliments also. I would like to probably, at the risk of sounding immodest, I would probably, I know I have only 10 minutes, but I would like to just tell a story that speaks to what he said. I was with the Federal Mortgage Bank for a while, and then sometime in 2012, thereabout, I was posted to a department called Informal Sector, where we wanted to, advance the cause of financial inclusion to bring the informal sector into the housing finance scheme. And so in the bank, when you are posted to informal sector, it is assumed that it's like Sambisa forest. So a lot of people were asking me, what did you do to management that they posted you? I said, I don't know. And then, so one day I walked up to my ED and I said to him, sir, is this the only thing we are going to continue to do in this bank? He said, what is it? I said, we are running an NHF mortgage, and anywhere you go, people are telling you, this Federal Mortgage Bank, are you still existing? We don't know what you are doing. Nobody is feeling anything. So he said, what do you want to do? I said, why don't we create other products and give people options? So that was how the idea of all these products, home renovation loan, rent to own, diaspora product, and all of that happened. So I would like to start my discussion by recognizing the fact that in Nigeria, we have houses we do not need, and we need houses we do not have. We are discussing affordability, and we have a huge housing deficit in Nigeria as a country. All kinds of figures are bantered, 22 million, 28 million, and so on. But you have empty houses that are unoccupied. And that's why I said we have houses we don't need, and we need houses we don't have. Now you have some developments where they will tell you in Nigeria that a housing unit costs 1.2 billion naira. Just ask yourself, how many houses can 1.2 billion build? There's an amount of money that you can use to build maybe 20 or 30 houses for 20 or 30 individuals. We are talking of mentorship here. We are talking about empowering people. And so we need Nigeria as a country, Nigerians as investors, government as an institution, government institutions to imbibe the culture of building affordable houses, building houses that people can afford. And so this leads me to the next thing. Philosophically, how we are thinking as a bank, as Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. What have we been doing, or what we intend to do to advance the cause of affordable housing? Like the moderator said, we are playing in both the demand and the supply side of the housing sector. What this means is that we are financing developers to construct houses, and we are also financing beneficiaries from taking mortgages to own those houses. And we have been doing this through a number of products. We started with the estate development loan, where a developer can collaborate with a bank to say, I have land and I want to build houses. Then we'll provide construction finance to build those houses. And then we ended up with the problem that we will build houses without particular off-takers in mind. And so either as a result of challenges of location and so on, we will build houses completed and nobody is off-taking them. So we decided also to create the cooperative housing development loan, which was intended to achieve two objectives. Number one, to give operators in the informal sector an opportunity to form clusters of cooperatives so that they can access housing. They will design the kind of houses they want. They cost the houses according to the income of their members. And then they approach the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria to say we are a cooperative of, for example, 50 members. We want to build 50 houses for our members. We will finance construction of those houses. When the houses are completed, we will also finance a mortgage to individual members so that they can buy from the cooperatives. I can say iConnect nodding because we have financed iConnect in Enugu, 3 different phases of this project that are delivered. We are now discussing phase 4. And Copen Services is one of our best developers in the history of Federal Mortgage Bank. So the reason we are doing this is because we want to achieve affordable housing. Because from our experience, we discovered that it is either that houses are not available or the houses are available are not within the threshold of affordability to our target market. So you have houses that people cannot buy, and you have people that are looking for houses to buy. So we provide the construction finance in such a manner that we check the designs together with the developers, we agree on the cost, we make sure that the costs are affordable, so we can control the cost at which the houses are delivered, which will meet the affordability capability of our target market. Then we also introduced the home renovation loan. There are several individuals that are able to build some houses on their own. And probably what the person needs is to just put the ceiling, paint the house, or put some furniture and move in. And so to that extent, it is not everybody that is contributing to the National Housing Fund that necessarily needs a loan to build a house because he has already started making some effort. So we introduced the home renovation loan that is repayable over a period of 5 years. So you take the loan and then you just renovate your house or you complete some outstanding aspect and you move into your house. Then we discovered that a lot of people that were also taking our mortgage loans were not able to raise the equity. First, what the bank did was to reduce equity from 30% to 10%. Now, for a house that is 20 million, 10% is 2 million. Not many Nigerian workers can raise 2 million in bulk. And so what did we do? We also decided to introduce the rent to own, where we spread the cost of a house over a period, what we normally call the years of remaining in service for you if you're a civil servant. And you just pay monthly as if you are paying rent until you eventually finish paying and you own the house. Now, one of the critical things that we also decided to do is to propel massive production of houses. And so under the the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria provided a 100 billion naira off-taker guarantee to the consortium of developers that are building 100,000 houses across the country. And this started, if you recall, with the groundbreaking ceremony that was done by Mr. President in February this year to deliver 3,112 housing units. Tend to replicate this. I will be happy. I know that Reverend Chime has told me that you did in Abuja, you have to come and do it in Enugu. Now, we are also looking at promoting certain policy frameworks that can also enhance housing delivery and mortgage affordability. One of the critical issues that we have in housing finance is the issue of titling. A lot of capital is tied down in what is called dead assets. It was estimated that we have over $300 billion tied down in land assets in Nigeria. Why? Because titles are not available. You own a house, it is your own, but you don't have a CFO. You don't have title, so you cannot easily transfer title. So within the context of our operations, we made a presentation to the National Council on Lands, Housing and Urban Development last year, and the council approved that we will create a national mortgage registry that will reside with the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. The idea is to create a national repository of all mortgages in the country. And we are trying to automate that process so that it will be very easy and seamless for people to easily conduct searches and conduct land transactions. So, we have in the Southeast delivered 13 projects completed. The first of which was actually a project that was delivered by Copen Services. We gave him an offer to construct houses in, I think, 8 months or 9 months, and he delivered in 6 months. To date, I am yet to see any developer who have engaged with that has beaten that record in the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. And that is why any program that concerns Reverend Dr. Chime, we will always endeavor to attend. I got to Abuja yesterday, I think around 12 midnight, and by 4 a.m. I was up, and I said I must be in Enugu today by the grace of God. So, ladies and gentlemen, my take home for today is that both as individual investors, both as people of Nigeria, we should all desire to get affordable houses. It does not make economic sense to use 20 billion naira to build 20 houses when you can actually use 20 billion naira to build 200 houses for 200 people, because it is an asset that propels economic growth. If you own a house that has proper title, you can deposit that, take a loan from a bank, engage in some kind of business while you are still living in your house. So we need, as a nation and as a people, to imbibe the culture of building houses that we need so that we will dispense with this situation where you have houses that you do not need, when we actually need houses that we do not have. That will be my concluding remarks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And that quote would put it on marble. We build houses we don't need, and we need houses we don't have. That is quite poetic and rhymes into our problem. I want to thank you so much for those initiatives that have changed the narrative in Federal Mortgage Bank and brought it to wider awareness and recognition over the years. I'm going to go to the demand side, to the man who I've said is a trainer of many. And I'd like to invite the Managing Director of AG Mortgage Bank PLC, Mr. Ngozi Anyog. Please, sir, you have the floor.
I ordinarily would have loved to sit and take the questions, but this is part of my biological break. So when you get somewhere, you need to take biological breaks from time to time. There are overlapping issues and key standalone issues in the discussion points that we've been given. But I think I will spend the most time on the funding side. But before then, I just want to touch on something key that Barrister Amadeo did mention in terms of commoditization of housing. If you look at the scripts I write, each time I say housing has to be commoditized, housing has to be commoditized, housing has. I have lived in one house for 35 years, remodeled it maybe like 3 times. I shouldn't have done that. What I would have done is to move from one district to the other, because houses have to be traded like every other commodity. But because maybe we don't have enough supply, maybe we really didn't plan it to be so, we're having those problems. But this conversation, this discussion, we need to begin to do what we call in AG Mortgage Bank, don't tell me, show me. So let's begin to show ourselves that these things are possible. Then I look at the first item here, which is financing models. I will roll that through with item 4, which is mortgage accessibility. We are talking about the key issue here. It's not about financing housing. It's about financing affordable housing. And what is affordable housing? The definition of affordability will vary from individual to individual. You may have a range, but you see, what is affordable to me is what I can pay for. Do I have access to a house I can pay for? If that question is answered in the affirmative, then there's an affordable house for me. But you see, my experience, or our experience in the housing finance sector, space, is that house buyers look at 3 key elements before they make a judgment where they have a choice. Is this house you want me to buy available? Is it accessible? Is it affordable? If those 3 questions are answered in their, then people begin to make conscious decisions to own a home. But you see, home ownership is also linked to income. The income available to the home buyer. Today, we don't really have much to say about the income of Nigerians. Here in Enugu, about 7 or so years back, we collected the names and did affordability profile for over 500 civil servants. They were not up to 5 that passed the affordability test using the Federal Mortgage Bank terms to get access federal mortgage loan of 5 million naira at that time. Why? Because of their low income level. But then the other thing we could do is how do we spread payment so that people can fall within the purchasing arrangements of the banks. That is where the mortgage banks ought to have stepped in. But unfortunately, the mortgage banks too are constrained. The mortgage banks are constrained by small size. We are too small. There's no scale. There's no scale. I said in another forum the other day, we have one of the biggest mortgage banks has only about 80,000 customers. That is not scale. We should be looking at 1 million, 200 million, so that at the end of the day, your cash flow speaks for you in accessing funding in the market. Number two, mortgage banks are not playing their roles. We were in another forum where Prof talked about decoupling of the mortgage sector. But he said so at the macro level, at the economy level. But right down to the units, micro to the mortgage banks, there is need for decoupling. Why do you need decoupling in the mortgage banks? Because mortgage banks today, as presently constituted in Nigeria, carry a whole lot of risk with very little capital. The mortgage bank will do the origination, which carries marketing risk. The mortgage bank will do the underwriting, which carries funding risk. The mortgage bank will do the servicing, which carries administrative risk. The mortgage bank will carry the funding risk, all with a capital of less than 5 billion. There's no way with that kind of a configuration that the mortgage banks will play the role they are supposed to play. So we are beginning from our own little way to decouple those units in AG Mortgage Bank. So that the servicing unit serves as an entity to service not only our own customers, also customers of others. The originating unit or group will also do origination across the industry. The underwriting unit will gain skill to be able to serve the industry, not just AG Mortgage Bank. By so doing, we begin not only to grow skill, we'll also begin to grow our numbers. Begin to grow, because without skill, without scale, we can't do much. Some of the risks that I've mentioned, some of the risks that a typical mortgage bank carry. But I know I will go back later on how some of them could be mitigated. But majorly, when we talk about affordability, we all have a role to play. Somebody had come to me and he spent like 3 minutes to 5 minutes talking about what government had not done, and so he didn't get, that's why he doesn't own a home. Then I asked him, how much are you contributing yourself? It's not enough to say government must give me a home. You must have a role to play in the house you want to own, because you're the one to live there. So what am I saying? There is need to cultivate the habit of savings within the populace. Our savings habit is very, very low. And you don't save because you have. You save because you want to. It's an intentional thing. What happens in Turkey? Turkey had started developing a very strong home saving scheme that will enable individuals take a strong position in owning their own homes. And that is what we should do. Rather than cry about government, see, my colleagues will tell you, I don't believe in going into an act where I don't have control. Because you end up hurting yourself, you end up making noise without achieving anything. What is it that you can do? Begin from that spot. You can begin today to save against owning your own home and be a homeowner. And then at the time you finish, you'll be able to say, I contributed to this. How can you live in a home that you borrowed 100%? The servicing of that house will be too high for you to live. In fact, you will just leave it somewhere, and then somebody takes it over, and the day you're being put down, somebody will come and dance for five minutes, eat rice, and walk away. So the point is, let us begin to cultivate the habit of savings. But I must say that the current administration is doing something also to bring home affordability within our reach. We have the RSA, the savings account from the pension administrators. The FMBN has given us the cheapest window for mortgages in the country at 6%. The Family Homes Fund has come with an intervention that will give you time, a moratorium that you can take at least 40% of the house cost without payment and at the affordable rates. And the mortgage banks had been able to come up with their own contribution. In AG Mortgage Bank, what have we done? We have brought together all of these intervention schemes, and we've been able to drive down on one of our projects our interest cost to 9.9%. Is that not single digit? So we just need to be more creative. I just need to speak into affordability, into the use of technology. We are talking about scaling in the mortgage industry. We are talking about savings for home ownership. We can't achieve this without technology. So we are deploying technology in AG Mortgage Bank that will enable you save with an assurance that within a given time you will have a house delivered to you. And what are we doing? We are creating a platform, an aggregator platform for all players along the housing delivery chain. And when they come together with the buyers making their own savings, we know that we will benefit two things essentially. One, speed of delivery because the money will be there. Two, we will reduce costs, the cost of the pricing of your mortgages. And number three, we'll be able to, on that platform, test your credit rating. You know, today it's difficult to know who has, there's no, apart from the rating agencies, you can't get a credible rating of individual borrowers. But our platform has an inbuilt rating application. So that will enable us deliver rent to own, deliver mortgages, deliver investment products and savings on one platform. So we want to invite you to join in this transformation of making houses affordable to you with your own contribution.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much. You know, the prof started the process of standing up. So when they have all stood up and I don't stand up, people will say that this man is arrogant. That's why he's sitting down to be talking. So I have to join them. I was thinking it will stop with the people on the 6th floor and the 5th floor. But when the man on the 7th floor stood up, I decided that enough is enough. I have to stand up. I want to thank you all for the very incisive contributions. We're going to take questions and answers that will take on some area, but there's something I want to say. I'm aware that Federal Mortgage Bank needs a minimum of 1 trillion to be able to play its role as a secondary mortgage bank. I'm aware also that if the title process and foreclosure process for mortgages are streamlined, it will attract investment and funds to the housing sector. I happen to be the chairman of the National Reform Task Force on land. And one key thing that we have heard from all players in the financial ecosystem, we've asked pension fund administrators and PENCOM, why is it that the Nigerian workers have contributed over 20 trillion naira and you are not deploying even 1 trillion towards providing them housing? Rather, their money is being used by people through issuance of bonds, the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Why do they have, you're not even giving them 5%? We went elsewhere and asked the same question. One key thing they told us is that the process of mortgage and foreclosure needs to be well managed using legal infrastructure that will be faster, that they spend a lot of their time on litigation when there is a default on behalf from the borrowers. The second question we asked them is how come under the provision of the Federal Mortgage Bank Act, the banks were supposed to be giving some money to Federal Mortgage Bank. Why are they not giving that money? They came out again that it is difficult for us to manage that system. We went to the third area. Prof spoke about slums. Those people in those slums are not poor people. The land value of those slums can make them multimillionaires. But why they cannot benefit from the real value of their land is because they don't have title. We did an assessment of those slums. When I was appointed the chairman of Enugu State Housing Development Corporation Board in 2003, I went to Obiago in Enugu here, a slum. I started shedding tears because I saw for the first time where my fellow Enugu people were living. Drain water from this toilet were running in front of their house and other things, physics everywhere. The value of that land, if you clear that space, will build houses for all the people in that particular space. But they can't sell because they don't have title. So we discovered that issue of title has led to increase in debt capital. A debt capital is capital that you have, money, asset that you have that you cannot bring into the financial system because there's no title. So I'm sure that it is something that we needed to collaborate upon to make sure that first, we liberate the debt capital we have in all our properties that affects everybody. The second is to make sure that we create a pathway for this pension fund, 20 trillion, to find its way towards providing affordable housing. And number three is to make sure that we assure the investors in the banking industry who have these funds that our sector can be a destination of choice for their investment. The reason being that cash is a coward. It goes only to where it is protected, where it is loved, and where it is cherished. So let's build the infrastructure that will shield, protect, love cash, so it can find in us as a destination of choice for his abode. So we're going to take questions from all of us, but it has to be not question. Somebody asked somebody a question, he said, this is wrong. What you are told to ask is question, not question, something that will shake them. If you ask a question, I didn't ask you to ask a question. I asked you to ask a question. So don't ring fence it with theoretical issues. So I would like to see the hands of those who would like to, okay, my Oga has already lifted his hand. Former head of service, former commissioner for lands, former this and former that, and permanent Oga of the small boy conductor. So, I see another hand there, number 2, the gentleman there. Number 3 here. So I like this at number 4.
Done.
Then number 5, the gentleman in front. And that's number 6. So when we finish that, I didn't see a woman. I'm reserving number 7 for gender inclusiveness. Okay. Gender inclusiveness. So that is the last. So can we have the microphone, please?
Thank you very much. Please, let me stand on existing protocols.
Yes, please.
My question needs some little notes before I ask the question itself, actually. And my question, my topic is, the issue is on the civil servant in this country and housing. When I joined the University of Lagos in 1977, my salary was 320 naira as a lecturer. But my flight from Lagos to Enugu was 26 naira. So my salary could take me to Enugu and back 6 times, and I will still have a change. And today, and I was a fresh graduate by 1977. Today, a fresh graduate doesn't earn up to 100,000 naira. And 100,000 naira cannot take even one flight from Lagos to Enugu. And government later on went and created this thing they call National Housing Fund, which impoverished the workers the more. I don't see any country where everything is centered on government. In other countries, if you want a mortgage, you go to the mortgage bank and then take a mortgage bank as an individual, have arrangement with them. So much money is tied down under the National Housing Scheme, taken away from workers, and no benefit coming to them. I want to ask, is there any way the Federal Mortgage Bank can create a system where you are dealing directly with the workers with the minimum, very meager salary they are earning to cut down on their requirements? And if there is such a system, can you replicate, can you have desk offices in local governments so that there will be awareness? Because many things we are doing are centered at the capital cities. Those in the rural areas don't know anything about what we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Number 2. After this panel, we'll have the Southeast chairman of, let us hear from them after this panel. So please wait along. You will hear what is happening in your state. If you have Anambra, Imo, Abia, because you are saying, are they doing something there? They are here. We'll see from the chairman, yes, and the vice president Southeast.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Valentine Okoye, and then I'm the managing director, Jeffrey and Trade Solutions Limited here in Enugu. Also, as a student of estate management, I became a fan of financing, real estate financing, and I've been following up Reverend Ugochime in his projects. So, but I actually realized that the few times I've tried to interact with people in the mortgage sector, I think we go from AG Mortgage, is my friend here. I realized there are a lot of bureaucratic bottlenecks that makes it difficult for individuals to access these loans. For instance, my dad has been a teacher for over 20 years, and he has never used anything from the Federal Mortgage Bank. And I know that every month, 2.5% of his salary goes to the National Housing Scheme. So how are we going to take care of the bureaucratic bottlenecks to accessing the loans? Then also what happens at retirement and this person wants to take back his money? Some of them have very pitiable stories from their, unions about getting back their money. So how are we going to do that?
Thank you. Next, another person will ask another question. So we have taken from you so that you don't ask questions. Yes, number.
Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
Praise the Lord. I want to thank you, Reverend Ugochukwu Chime, and to assure you that I'm from Uji, from Obioma. I came here since Tuesday to register my name, to appreciate what you are doing, the amazing things that God has done to you by giving you the grace of vision and aspiration and dream that you have used well to transform your business into this giant enterprise. I thank you. I appreciate you. So I want to say that the word of God says, it's not he that willeth, nor he that learneth that maketh in life, but everything of mercy of God. I have struggled to make it. Struggled. When I came out of school, there was no employment. I suffered unemployment for 15 years before I became disillusioned. I entered into building construction. So in that building construction, we are building story building. I followed building a house at near Porofi during the time of Stephen Chime. Chimoloke. Your house there. So I followed building. But unfortunately for me, it was in that building construction that I got accident. I could no longer move. I was in automatic for 6 months. All my ambition, aspiration collapsed. It's unfortunate. But I'm still alive. God say, in everything, give thanks to God. That's why I'm still alive. I thank God for associating with people who have made it. That is my interest. Go to the people that have succeeded. You yourself will succeed. So my question to housing project is that the amount they ask people to pay is fantastic. How can poor people pay such amount to get house? I myself, I have been in a rented house for 25 years. I have not built even one house. It's unfortunate. It's not my dream. It's not my vision. But I have taken it like that. So I have come to you to show me the way I can get my own house.
Thank you
and
so
help
much.
me. Thank you.
That is a legitimate question. How can I do this? Yes. That's a question. Please go ahead and ask your question, lady. One question, please.
All protocols duly observed, sir. My name is Chioma Ifeanyichukwu. I'm the MD, His Presence Real Estate and Property. Okay, my question here is, when he talked about we have houses we don't need, and we need houses we don't have, it was a big one for me. And I think it's a big one. So my question here is, sir, since you know The federal government, the state government knows that this is a problem. How do we tackle it? Because most times you don't force a child to eat what they don't want. When they eat it and it's not good in their body, it will affect them. Now, a family that has 6 children or 5 children, how do you expect them to live in a 1-bedroom flat or in a 2-bedroom apartment? So I don't know if there's any way you people can come down to our need, what we want, to give us what we want. I think it will help us to live a better life. Please, this my question
Thank you.
there now is that what way will you people give us ear to know what we need so that you people will provide it, so that we'll be satisfied?
Thank you so much. Thank you. I would like us, we still have 2 people that will take. Yes, that young man in front there, I think that's about 8.
Afternoon.
Straight to the point, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ebo Best Gochuku, and my question is directed to the last speaker, AG Mortgage. He was talking about saving. So my question is this: given the uncertain structure or the uncertain nature of the economy, that is, we are talking about inflation, we are talking about exchange rates, how do we actually get to save and save enough to buy houses, given that the purchasing power is reducing by the day? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take on those questions, but let me add something before they take the questions. We allow these questions for the purpose of the fact that Federal Mortgage Bank, they have a stand there. So other questions you may wish to ask, you can go there and you have deeper explanation backed up with documents. AG Mortgage Bank, they have a stand out there. You can have a one-on-one discussion and you have documents that you need. Redan has also a booth there. You can go there and be able to ask those questions that you are not asking now. But we are just trying to get a framework so that we can allow them to speak on a thematic framework, not individual framework, to the questions that are asked. So I will allow us to flow. I will first of all ask the MDC to start. You may sit down, sir. So you sit, it's 1-1.
All right, thank you very much, sir. I want to thank the former head of service for that wonderful observation. And to say that, actually, sir, you know, it is said that a cup is either half full or half empty. Like the example you give, the National Housing Fund is actually an advantage that has been created to give Nigerian workers some opportunity. And what I mean is that if we take the example you talked about, so maybe a civil servant that earns 100,000 naira, 2.5% of 100,000 is 2,500 naira. That is money he could easily have used to buy a recharge card in a month and he forgets about it. But he now has an opportunity to contribute that amount of money, 2,500 naira, into a scheme. And if he contributes 2,500 naira for 6 months, that will be 50,000 naira. But because he is participating in that scheme, it affords him an opportunity to take a mortgage of either 5 million or 10 million or 20 million, which he can pay back within a period of 30 years. And the beautiful thing about it, sir, is that when you retire from service, whether or not you benefit from the National Housing Fund scheme, you are entitled to your total contribution plus 2% interest. And from our experience, that has been one of the very first payments that have been made to people that have retired. When they are still pursuing their gratuity and so on and so forth, a lot of them get easily paid through the Federal Mortgage Bank their total contribution before they are able to access their gratuity and so on and so forth. So, sir, I think the scheme is actually a novel creation. We appreciate that there are a lot of challenges around it, and that is what the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria is working towards resolving. Like you also mentioned, the possibility that we need to be more present in different locations, because right now we have offices in every state capital in the country. But like the point he made, that it's also important for us to have presence in local government headquarters. We may not be able to have presence in all the 774 local governments, but what that speaks to is that we can identify some viable locations where we believe that you can have houses. You know, there are some local government areas where you can build houses. Even if you say the houses are 33 million, you may still not be able to find people that can afford them. But it is important that we identify some of those viable locations and create our offices so that we can be very much closer to the people. So we take that suggestion, sir. Thank you very much. And then maybe I just address all the questions that relate to. Then there was also the issue of someone who talked about, I think the gentleman over there, about some bottlenecks in accessing the mortgage. The Bible says, ask and ye shall get, seek and ye shall answer. I mean, seek and ye shall find, knock and it shall be opened. From our experience, a lot of people do not try. They just hear that it's very difficult to get this facility. So what I say to you is that give us a try. We have an office here. Chris Ibuzo, can you stand up for recognition? That is our Zoda manager, Enugu. Exchange contacts with him. The Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria that we have today is different from what we used to have. So once you approach us, you'll be able to access the facility. And we have also created an individual construction loan, where if you have a CFO on your own, you can approach any branch of Federal Mortgage Bank across the country, present your paper, apply for a loan. We will give you a loan for you to build a house by yourself. So those are some of the initiatives that we are introducing to respond to the feedback that we are getting. And by next week, we are also going to resume a TV program that we used to have to create a lot of sensitization so that people can know how to approach and apply for our facilities. We call it Everyone Deserves a Home. Every Thursday and Friday, one hour program on Channels TV and on NTA. We will do a lot of sensitization so that people can begin to understand more how they can approach us and how they can access our facilities. And then there was also the question, how do I get my house? So like I said, you visit us, you knock and we will open. I think lastly, the lady here who said, I had said that our experience in Nigeria is that we have houses we don't need and we need houses we don't have. What I'm trying to say is that you have a lot of houses being built, but these houses are above what people can afford. And so what we are doing as an institution is to deliberately take steps so that we can finance houses that can be affordable to people. Thank you very much.
Can I go ahead? Yes. I will take the last question first. That has to do with capacity to save. What I just heard was it's not easy. That's just what rang out to me. It's not easy. Then I ask, what is really easy? Nothing is. It's all about intentionality. If you are intentional on anything, focus your mind on it. This is what I want. I want a home. And I want to participate in getting myself a home. You will do it. It's not, I'm not living in mass. I'm living in Nigeria. I live in Lagos. So I know that the economy is tough. I know that income levels are low. I know that the inflation is high. I know that even in some states, those incomes don't come regularly. I think that has changed now. In my state, at a time, for 13 months, some workers had not been paid. But that has changed. It's all about intentionality. It's all about intentionality. What do I mean by that? Deferred gratification.
Some of us have 3, 4, 5 phones. The amount we spend on data is enough to start savings. And then you grow it. You grow it over time and you say, this is for housing. And let it be for housing, because that is what you have, what you owe your family. You owe your family shelter. If you make it intentional, you will achieve it. Number 2, I would just want to touch on what the lady said about we need houses, the kind of houses. What we have done in AG Mortgage Bank is to create a platform. Our platform will enable you specify the kind of house you need. And that's the kind of house we will deliver to you according to our promise. And so that we don't have houses we can't use and use houses we really don't need. No. We have to be intentional about changing all of these narratives. If we say, continue to talk about it, it won't happen on its own. These things won't change by themselves. We need to deliberately say, we will change it. Even the issue of mortgage access. Mortgage, each time we say mortgage volume is low, it's narrow, it's shallow, it's because we are not taking mortgage. We are so used to the mindset of going to buy a house. That is the mentality of us here in Nigeria. Ask a small boy here, how do you want to have a home? He say, oh, I will go, I will wait, when I get money, when I do this, I will go and buy a house. Pose the same question to a 20-year-old in the UK. He will tell you, I will go and get a mortgage. And he will begin to work towards that. Let us begin to deliberately work towards that. Turkey was in our situation a few years ago. They've decided on their own, not just to wait for government. The financial institutions have decided on their own to begin to create instruments, products that will enable potential house owners, first-time house owners particularly, to begin to save towards their own homes. AG Mortgage Bank is leading that product arrangement. We are coming up with a mortgage product that will enable you really save against your own, with a trust backing. The bank will back it with a trust that we've always been known for. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's interesting. Hello? Yeah. Let me just start. Appreciate what the MD have said, the way you responded, very fantastic. One of the great things that happened to this country was National Housing Fund. When it was presented in South Africa to a global forum, they stood up and really applauded that effort. And that would have been the effort that will have taken this country out of this housing deficit or whatever challenge we have today. But there was no technical backup using technology, using IT. So people were, unlike the pension fund, people put money, they don't really have a lot of how much they were saving, not much publicity were attached to it. So people just took it as another tax. Because I did my PhD on effectiveness of mortgage bank in Nigeria. And I found out that people that have been withdrawing the money from their account for about 10 years, they didn't really know how to benefit. So it's a mandatory service to create pot of fund, because there is no way housing can compete with other form of investment in the money market. When loan for
other form of investment was going for 15, 16, 17% then, not now that they are even 32, 37%. They found out that housing could not compete with us, and there was no incentive. That was why that pool of fund was a child of necessity, so that real estate sector housing can continue to enjoy single-digit facilities. But unfortunately, no public enlightenment, no training, no capacity building. And after people became, when purpose is not known, abuse is inevitable. But I believe that under his leadership of the new MD, people, they were engaging union leaders and cooperatives, telling them the benefits, and I believe that people are enjoying the benefit. So it's supposed to be a rescue product, but it went wrong, but it's being recalibrated. I just want to say that again, for the purpose of this audience, that what Copen has done this year is to really tell us, and what we have listened to in the morning is to tell us the huge opportunity that we can, we call it real estate value chain. From land acquisition to the capital market. Big opportunity. We were told this morning that the real asset, the only asset that is real estate. And we were told that more than half of the world wealth lies in this. So it's left for us to leave this summit this year. Say, how do I play? How do I become an active participant in this? We were told by the last gathering in Abuja under the Kovio, we saw Reverend Ashimolowo, Pastor Ashimolowo, who told us that he made his money from land banking. Made billions. When all this, where he built this Mercurius project now, where they are selling a plot for almost 1 point something, almost $1 billion now, or 800 million now. He bought a plot there when it was just 1,000, 2,000 naira. Years back. Years back. He bought spaces at Mowe that they have 3 estates now. When I bought my first acre of land, on the roadside where he eventually bought, I bought the entire acre of land at 8,000 plus settlement of Omonila and surveying. 1992, 8,000. A plot there now is about 25 million. But in an acre of land, we have almost 5 plots. So you can imagine. So, what is our takeaway? Look at the entire value chain of real estate and begin to see where to play. Start small, like they started. The problem we are facing is that in the sector, how do you come in when we are told since yesterday that for us to get Tyler today, we go to Cotonou, we go to Ghana? What does that tell us? And to lay a square meter of tiles today is about 1,000 per square meter. And because the tiles now are coming in 600 by 600, you can lay almost 20, 40 square meter in a day. And that means that you are going home with 40,000 as a tiler. And we see that one day. And if you can lay that tiles for 20 days in a month, 40,000 times 20. And somebody is going to University of Lagos to do chem-eng, elect. They glorify this certificate. Big name, nothing in the pocket. And we look down at the tilers. We look down at the plumbers. We look down on them. But these are people that We have scarcity of them. These are areas that we have to fit in. The richest people in UK today, plumbers. Thank you so much. Let me conclude. I want to talk about this. Let me conclude with this, sir. That somebody made that remark that none of us here brought money from heaven. I've never seen anybody giving back to in the hospital and they open their hand and they see money there. Everybody work for it here. And everyone has humble beginning. Please, the race of 1,000 miles starts with a step. As we live here, let us go and start at a step. A man that woke up, I see this, I sit down, I manage the University of Lagos accommodation. And I see somebody who retired as a professor. Was a professor of law for 20 years, writing constitutions for countries in Africa. He retired, no house to move to. And after 2 years, they said they should cut his electricity. After 1 year, they said cut the electricity. He ran to Abuja. Abuja said VC, restore. After 2 years, they have to cut the electricity, flush him out. Up to today, many people were still retiring with no house to move to. But let me tell you, when I discussed with the current vice chancellor, I said, how somebody retired at the age of 70 and no house to move to? He always tell me, one soon bagbe, that is, they overslept. They forgot their tomorrow. You don't begin to plan for a house when it is 5 years to go. Join these cooperatives. Join savings and loans. Immediately you begin to earn salary. Day one. My mother-in-law kept on telling us when we got married. He said, Benga, if you are earning 10,000, you can't save 20% of it. He said, if you earn 1 million, you will not save. The propensity to consume among Nigerians is too high. Look at the amount we spend on clothes. Look at the amount we spend on weave-on. Look at the amount we spend on shoes. Remove all these wastages. This savings we are saying is not saving. Somebody said that a house is 20 million. And say, where will I get it? Nobody, why will I get the 10% deposit of 2 million? You don't get it within 2 months. You get it 20 years ago. You begin to save 20 years ago. And if we should live here with that savings culture, we have to have that saving culture. Let's remove our spend. Let's reduce our spending. Let's begin to look at these real estate sectors. I believe that during the year, there are short programs that they come up with under COPEN, whereby you can learn how do you come into this sector. Infrastructure development, mobilizing 10 people in your community to say, these people want to build a house. How do I bring them together? How do I look for land for them? How do I structure their design? These are things, so that by the time we come back next year, let's see people, don't be frightened with the pictures of estates that you see 1,000 foundation laid yesterday. When will I get there? It didn't start with 1,000. It started with a unit. You too go and start with your room and parlor. And it is well with us. And let me clarify this, what he said. Building the houses we need and not the houses that we don't need. Governor Fashola, Minister Fashola, or Governor Fashola kept on saying it. When you get to VI today, you see duplexes vacant. There are not less than 50 to 100,000 high-end luxury apartments that are vacant in VI, vacant in Ikoyi. These are houses that we don't need. What do Nigeria need now? The generation that you have discovered, one woman, one child, 6 people, is no longer this generation. No. Everyone now. My son was even telling me his friends refused to marry because he's just afraid. He said he kept dog for 2 weeks. He returned it. that he couldn't take care of dog. How will I now take care of a human being? So he's not ready to get married. And this man handing about. So people, this generation, they are not even afraid. They are afraid of marrying. And if they marry, they don't even want to have a child. They say they don't want to take responsibility. They want to live in a studio apartment and be happy. Don't build duplex for such generation. That is the problem. That is the gap we see in the system. That when you come to this profession, when you want to become a home provider, provide what the community needs. Not just build 20, spend billions on houses that people will not buy from you, people will not rent from you, because you are not providing what this generation needs. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Please, further clapping. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'd like to say that indeed we have achieved a core part of what we set out to do with Amadeo's Business Summit, and that is knowledge transfer, to be able to gather the best in the industry and be able to share. Yesterday we had the distinguished senator sharing on youth empowerment in depth. The day before then we had Professor Bat Naji sharing in depth. After the panel discussion, and after that panel discussion, we're going to have a young lady who has been so passionate about youth empowerment, tell us about agriculture. When she spoke about a year ago, I decided that my house will become a farm. Today, in my house, I have over 200 yams in bags. I'm doing vertical agriculture. I removed some of the flowers in my house and planted pawpaw. If you see the head of the pawpaw, they are quite plenty. I started converting my house, the compound, the garden, and every place to producing food. We have a target that by March next year, before the next rainy season, we are assembling over 10,000 bags for people to come and take. We have assembled a place where we have topsoil to deliver to people, so that with the bags of backo bags and the topsoil, you can start doing farming in your own house. Don't wait. Secondly, it's imperative to note, when I joined the civil service in 1980, people don't build house in a year. It's a 5-year program. The first year, they buy zinc and put under their bed. The second year, they pay for wood. The third year, they start molding block. The fourth year, they save money to buy cement. The fifth year, they start building. And that is it. Some of us were laughed at by people. When I was the chairman of Enugu State Housing Development Corporation 20 years ago, I was living in a 2-bedroom apartment with my senior brother in the village. Because I can't go and build in the village that has no water. I can't use it for anything. And they were telling, how can you be chairman of the Enugu State Housing Development Corporation? You don't have a house in the village. I said, I don't need it. When the minister comes to come and commission my project, I go and borrow Land Cruiser and borrow Prado from people. 2014, when the vice president came, I borrowed the car. I can't afford it. I like to say that we have to look inwards. We have waited long enough. The oil money that had confused all of us has dried up. There's a man I don't like. He's an Igbo man. He sang a song in 1976 that confused all of us. He's dead now. But the song, People's Club, we are still singing that song silently in our corners. The song says, let us enjoy life. He said, what shall we do tomorrow? He said, let us enjoy life. Tomorrow we shall know what to do. That was a dangerous song that introduced the problem we have in our land today. And that problem is still continuing. The young ones now, tell them to save, they can't save. So, I like to say that it's important I want to thank Oga who have been here since Tuesday. I noticed you, and you said you worked on our project. I'd like to put it very clearly to you. In Copen, we have a scheme. If you work for Copen for 5 years, between 5 and 7 years, you must have a home. Everybody who have worked in Copen between 5 to 7 years as a staff, you have a home. You can go and ask them. And this year alone, between this year and next year, we are programmed to make sure 18 of my colleagues in the office have qualified. And those 18 within this year and next year, they will have their own houses. Because we have access to mortgage, so we must provide. And we have already gone ahead. In Sandview at Akuke, we built 96 housing units, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom. We told all the contractors who are working for us, can you get people like you to come and key in under the rent-to-own scheme and provide houses for their own staff? Only about 2 of them agreed. And we have made it a condition that going into next year, if you are going to be a contractor doing projects for us, if you don't have a scheme for your staff or your colleagues like we have, like I have, we will not work with Copen. So that has to be the standard marking point. Also, I like to say that for those of us who are developers, if you wait for the stakeholder to solve your problem, in 2010, I was the co-chair of an FMBN Redan Bank Committee to resolve issue of 26 billion. And I discovered that many of the problems that affected the developers didn't come from their table. I pinched myself and I went back and I told all the developers, we must take our destiny in our hands. So right there in my office, all the soft copies of every document that maybe need to be done by AG Mortgage Bank or need to be done by Federal Mortgage Bank, I do it in my office. We do it for them. Because if there's a delay, the interest is on our head, not on their own head. Secondly, we make sure we provide gas for deed registry, in Enugu deed registry. Whatever they will need to speed the process of registration of our title, we provide it for them. While we came back to the office and did an analysis on one of the loans we borrowed. Every day I wake up, then it's about 30-something million naira will drop. So the question, what do you do? If I can reduce that, if it 10 days, 2 months to process a document, if I can give them 100,000, 200,000, 250,000 and buy things that they need to move it down from 2 months to 2 weeks, it is worth it. Pastor Guniro told us that value is benefit minus cost. So it is a better thing in terms of value for me to assist the stakeholders to perform their function. Also, as a company, we are organizing artisanal training free of charge for all our artisans. The current training that is Mr. Karu in the house. Karu, can you stand? Thank you so much. Thank you. You may sit down. This gentleman, we got him from Jos. He is an expert in all kinds of building material production. So in conjunction system, we got him free of charge and we are training 50 people free of charge this season. He will come back in February next year to train a batch of 200 people free of charge so that they can have things they are doing. And we are not only training them, we are working with a financial institution to provide them with the tools they need to start, while they will now pay back at a very low 6% interest. We copy from Federal Mortgage Bank. Finally, let me say this. Whether you are a developer or whether you are a borrower, there's a figure that you must remember. It is called 72. Don't forget the number 72. In financial economics, in financial intelligence, number 72 is very important. When you borrow money, the interest rate they give you, use that interest rate to divide 72. Whatever it gives you is the number of years it will take you for that money to double. So if you borrow money at 36%, if you divide 72 by 36, what does it give you? two. So you know that whatever amount of money you borrow, it will double in 2 years. If you are given an interest rate for mortgage, whatever money rate they give to you, divide 72 by that amount, it will tell you the number of years it will take. There are many things that we can say here, but our time is up. Many of you should ask for knowledge and not ask for money. When you have knowledge, you get money. So on behalf of us, I'd like to thank the Managing Director, CEO of Federal Mortgage Bank. I'll thank the Managing Director, CEO of AG Mortgage Bank PLC, and thank my one and only Professor Nubi. Thank you so much, sir. Please, they need to take us picture. It's a privilege to be here with them. But the powers not conferred on me. I'd like to invite 3 people to come and join us. One of them is my boss. He's here. Sir, can you come and join us? If you don't remember your Oga, people will not remember you. For the past 34 years, this man has been my 44 years, he's been my boss. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Please, I'd like to invite my dear friend, Pastor Bayabo, and the DVC. Please, can you come and join us to take this picture? Anywhere. Dave, please.
That was a wonderful panel session. I told you, if you miss anything, don't miss this. Thank you for the wealth of knowledge that has been released into us. And I'm sure a lot of us will start running with them, and we'll make the best out of it. The second panel session will be commencing immediately, and I want to call on the panelists, Engineer Chima Henry Ike, Chairman Enugu State Redan, Pastor Dr. Ezi Carlo, Chairman Abia State Redan, Dr. Sonichu Banwachuku, Chairman Anambra State Redan, and finally, Dr. Best Njoko, Chairman Imo State Redan. This session will be moderated by Pastor Engineer Dave Emeka Nwachukwu, Vice President, Southeast Redan. I would also like to inform you that we have synchronized your microphone with a timer. And once your time is off, your microphone goes off. So the microphone has been automatically synchronized with the timing machine. The timing machine is just in front of you. I also want to tell you that part of this event, the Amadeo Business Summit 3.0, is a trade fair holding at the car park there. So please feel free at the end of this meeting to just step into the car park at the venue of the trade fair and then be part of what is happening. There are things to buy and there are things to get for free. Just be there. So we're going straight away to start with the second panel.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol and permit me also to appreciate our host today, Dr. Ugochukwu Chime. You know, I can't see Festus. I wanted to say something to him when he said that he's the first mentee here Some of our people wanted to jump up. We now need sign that they should come down. It's our father, as far as real estate is concerned in the Southeast. And I want to appreciate him and his wife for this wonderful opportunity given to us in the Southeast to hear what we are hearing. Thank you very much, sir. I also want to appreciate the managing director of Federal Mortgage Bank, Malam Osidi. I thought he would be here to hear me, but before he became the managing director, he was the first person we met at the Federal Mortgage Bank. And he called me that day we entered the bank first and told me that the people that directed you to come and meet me and told you what I can do, directed you well. He said, that thing that brought you here, we will achieve it. I looked at his promise, I looked at him. At that time, he was not the MD, he was just a group head of this special product. So we started with cooperative housing units. And to the glory of God, that is what gave birth to Winners Estate, both phase 1, 2, and 3. And that is what gave birth to City of David too. So we just have few numbers of houses to get to 1,000 units in Enugu here, courtesy of what he started with us. So please, house, can we give him a round of applause? My name is David Emeka Nwachukwu, and briefly, I would like to, I'd like our panelists, who are the chairman of Real Estate Developers Association and 5 states of the Southeast, but unfortunately we didn't have a Ebonyi State here, to briefly just introduce themselves. Let's start from Abia State.
Good day, everyone. Standing on the existing protocol, my name is Pastor Dr. Ezi Kalundukwe. I represent Abia State, God's own state, a state where there are no sinners. We're all righteous. Thank you.
Please, yes.
Okay. Yeah, good evening, everyone. My name is Engineer Chima Ike. I'm the chairman of Enugu State. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sonny Nwachukwu, PhD. I am the chairman of Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, Anambra chapter. Thank you.
Good evening, or rather good afternoon. I think it's still afternoon, it's not evening yet. Yeah. My name is Dr. Best Njoko. I am from Imo State, the heartland of Igbo land. I'm the chairman of Redan, Imo State. Thank you so much.
Okay, without wasting much of our time, you can see that we've narrowed the program down to Southeast Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria. I would like to say this. Redan is the umbrella body that is expected to carry out the supply chain of housing in Nigeria. Our executive came in at a point where the expectation for us to deliver is too high. I will no longer talk about the finances. We've heard a lot about mortgage and finances and savings and the financial aspect of owning a home. So we will not go there. We'll only like to talk about these houses and what we are doing as the umbrella body that is expected to deliver these houses in Southeast. We discovered that we have about 187 organizations who are members of our association. And you look at our zone in Southeast, you will agree that the impact of this number is not being felt when we came into board as the executive of this body. The example is the way we are seated down here. I'm sure over 65% of the people sitting down here doesn't own the houses of their own. People who are working, touching money on daily basis, on monthly basis, but they have worked for 5, 10 years, 15 years, but they are still living as tenants somewhere. The reason is that the right information that they should hear is not being passed across to them. And that is why we are very grateful to Dr. Reverend Ugochukwu Chime for giving this platform to enlighten our people on what we should know. When we came on board, we decided that we have to deliberately work hard, not to toe the path that every other developer has been toeing, but we want to bring something new into real estate industry in the Southeast. Looking at the fact that Igbo people are industrious people, hard-working people. And you look across the nation, you will see that we are the main people that are driving development in various states across the nation. And even outside Nigeria, we have impacts in development. But coming back home, you will see that not much is going on in our zone. And we felt this is not normal. So we went into action. We started collaborating with the state governments of the various states. And we've discussing on the part that has been discussed. I want to skip that part. But there has been a very strong promise from the various state governments and ministries that are concerned in providing support for this housing delivery to back us up in getting these houses. So Redan is coming up now with the first Redan communities in all our various states with a 10,000 housing units in Southeast zone, meaning 2,000 housing units per state. I thought the managing director of Federal Mortgage Bank would be here, but I know his people are here. And the managing director of AG Homes, because very soon, what is in the incubator will be meeting them. The plan for them to finance, because all our people who are contributors to NHF are eligible to access this loan. So once there is a process of delivering these houses, they will provide the mortgage for those contributors. And the AG Homes is there. Redan is going to partner with you in delivering these mortgages to the list of Timin Southeasterners who are going to own these houses. So, having said this, I want to hand over to the various chairmen who are here so that they can be able to tell us what is happening in their various states. Please, we will start from Abia State.
Good day once more, house. I'm from Abia State, and Abia State is located on a straight road from Enugu here before you get to Port Harcourt. But incidentally, around this city, Enugu, where we have been coming around, there are a lot of houses that by nomenclature, you can mention the various estates. The same with Port Harcourt. Incidentally, from my state, Abia State, hardly will you mention any modern housing estates. In the same vein, when this administration took off, we noticed that Abia State is really cut off in terms of ease of doing business. And so, like Paul told Timothy, his son, 2 Timothy 2:15, he told him to go and study and make himself quite versed with the scriptures, so that anywhere he will go, he will divide without reservations. We decided to study. 3 months into our inauguration, because I've been a mentee with the executive, attending the Amadeo programs, we said these things that we've been learning, which is not available in Abia, we'll bring it to Abia State. And so, by the grace of God, we were able to convene a seminar like we have here, 2-day seminars, 22nd, 23rd of August, that brought the national president of Redan to Abia State. And we had a very robust faculty, like our moderator, our Southeast president, vice president, was there. Incidentally, the faculty is a replica of what we're seeing today. Dr. Ogurira was one of the resource officers. Same with Dr. Ibinoba, and so on and so forth. I recall in that meeting that in my opening speech, as brief as possible, I compassed everything I had to say in a song. What was the song? I said, Ainayo, 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 Olisa, Kolisa Tio Bolaka, Gomweto Lonkea. So that was my song. We are begging God that each and everyone should have his own house. As you're sitting down here, as God is answering that song, that prayer, you will receive your own house. Having said that, that was a platform, because that seminar we converted in collaboration with Abia State government. The state was fully represented. Our national president talked to them. Vice president talked to them. Our resource officers talked to them. They had it. And fallout of that meeting, what we're having now, is that the state government have resolved to now institute, to give us a Redan city, a land for Redan city, for Redan, in Amibo, in Umuahia, Abia State. It's internal matter to tell you the expanse of the land, but everyone will be accommodated. Good things have started in Abia. Ease of doing business. Before we came in, to get a CFO used to take donkey years. Now, within 4 weeks, you get your CFO signed in Abia State. Several people are now trooping down. Government is now giving out land with ease. For the first time, Firam Secretariat is being built in Abia State. Land has just been given. Federal government's housing program
More 30 seconds, please.
is now in Abia State. AG Mortgage Bank by Saturday, this Saturday, they're opening their office in Abia State. And I'm sure the next meeting of Amadeo, we are pleading, since we have been coming to Enugu, Amadeo, as having been mentee, you remember Abia State. We are ready to accommodate the next training program to hold in Abia State. Everybody, let's meet in Abia. It's God's own state, where there are no sinners. God bless you.
Please can the Enugu State Chairman.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. May I start on the existing protocol? My name is Engineer Chima Ike, Enugu Redan Chairman, Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, Enugu chapter. This program has been very, very interesting. From Tuesday, Wednesday, today is Thursday, and the grand finale. The knowledge is mind-blowing. We are here to tell you what is happening in Enugu State in case, as the chairman of Redan Enugu. A lot has been happening, but I want you people to know so you can key in real estate in Enugu, because housing deficit in Enugu, in Nigeria as a whole. Thank God we have our founding fathers, the like of Reverend Ugochime, Icon, Hand of God. They have been helping Redan to bridge the gap we have in Enugu. And we all know that estate is thriving in Enugu State. We have the like of Housing Corporation, a lot of estate in Enugu. Really, people are really getting interested in Enugu in housing development. And we, as a Redan member in Enugu, we are partnering with the state government. We know we have a mandate. We are working, and projection is still ongoing. A projection of 2,000 housing units as a Redan. It's called Redan Community. We are working with the state government, the Ministry of Housing in Enugu State, the Housing Corporation is coming up. It's a project that is the Redan and Enugu is doing right now, which from time to time I'm going to tell you how you can key in. But for now, I want you to know that Redan is helping the people of Enugu in educating. We're organizing seminars, training, workshop. You can see what is happening here. It's all about educating you on how you can key into this industry and into what is happening in the housing in Enugu State. We have been doing some training, workshops, seminar, equipping the developers on how they could be part of this and build a smart and affordable house for the people of this city. And a lot is happening. For an instance, you can see, for those who is familiar with real estate in this town, the rectors, the contractors, the developers, you can see that a lot of estate is sprinkling. They are all part of Redan members. And for those who is into real estate, rectors, business is thriving. And when these are happening, we are creating employment. We are empowering the artisans, the builders, the communities. These are part of what Redan is doing. And for an instance, the way we are partnering with the artisans, the community, we are partnering with the state government in helping us in providing affordable housing in Enugu State, whereby members can register and key in getting affordable homes in Enugu State. So we have heard a lot today about this housing project. This is how we can own a home of our own in Enugu State. And this platform is a good platform for we to key in.
And that's why, thank God, we are here, that everybody here that was here registered and know what is happening. We as a Redan in Enugu is bringing it closer to you, for you to be part of it. We want you to own your own house, because the government we are working with has made it possible for us as a Redan in Enugu State. Because the place where the 20,000 housing unit is coming up, I want you people to be part of it. You can see that the new Enugu like of where the governor has created for mass housing units at New Enugu, at Blossom Garden, at Night Mine. A lot of all these things are coming up, and houses will be built in those places. How can you key in? It's easy and simple.
30 more seconds, please.
It's easy and simple for you to key in. We Redan are here to assist you. Thank God the federal mortgage people are here. It's all about you getting subscribed. And when you register, you can join us and own a home in Enugu State. Thank you all.
Okay, I think Enugu people are the luckiest people here.
Yes, so Enugu people are very lucky people.
Yesterday, there was a groundbreaking of about 10,000 housing units that happened here in Enugu. So that is a very good opportunity for Enugu residents to own their houses. If you are working and you are making money, you are here, you have a very good platform to queue in, like the chairman said. Please, once more, a round of applause for the chairman.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, Anambra State Chairman, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I am Sonny Nwachukwu, the chairman, Redan, Anambra chapter. We all know the major challenge we have in our climb in the society, which is housing deficit. And in Anambra, Redan is already on ground and running. Just 2 months ago, exactly on the 27th of August, 2024, we had our inaugural conference, which was attended by top dignitaries from across the nation. And the state government is very desirous to see that this problem of housing deficit is solved in Anambra. Hence, our governor, Professor Charles Soludo, who is very passionate about it, is also planning, along with the ministries of housing and lands, to host an international housing fair within the first half of 2025. And on that note, we are very strong partners to the government in seeing that that problem is solved. In this very function, we've taken a lot of lectures, especially from the keynote speaker. Most of the things he lectured us on are exactly what we are planning to re-echo and put in action within Anambra. And it is also known in the country that in the housing industry, significantly, major players in the real estate business come from Anambra majorly in the entire 36 states of Nigeria and Abuja. So Anambra should be taken very seriously for this very industry business we are. And Anambra has a small landmass, but the government is very serious to support Redan on the Redan community project.
Thank you.
That's the coming 2,000 houses that we're about to build. All I want to tell us is to key in, and definitely on the aspect of finance, we have our partners from the mortgage subsector that we've listened to. Most of that's the MDs that have already spoken to us here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, the chairman.
Thank you.
Please, a round of applause once again for him. While Imo State Chairman goes.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Best Njoko, Chairman of Redan, Imo State. I want to report that in Imo State, we have been trying to create awareness about Redan, the functions and modalities Redan operate. I would have loved it more if the MD of Federal Mortgage Bank is still here, because we've been facing a lot of problems in terms of funding. Imo State has the largest population in the southeast, and the market is here. A market is very large for housing, and we have the same problem almost every state in the Federation has. That is housing deficit. So we have been trying to collaborate with the state government. We have had discussions with the Commissioner for Housing and the acting general manager, Imo State Housing Corporation. Like yesterday, I had about 2 hours with her between 4 and 6 a.m. in the morning. We spoke and discussed about housing and how to build, construct more houses for Imo people. Imo State, Owerri, the capital of Imo State, is home to so many federal and state institutions like FUTO, the Federal University of Technology, the Federal Polytechnic, the Federal Avadikoku Federal College of University of Education. Then there are 2 other universities in Imo State. That is the state universities. So the market is real good for developers. But like I said earlier on, our problem has been funding. Like there's a cooperative society I've been trying to assist. For the past 3 years, they've not been able to access the fund from the Federal Mortgage Bank. So I want to say thank you. We in Imo State, we are trying to collaborate with the state government. A round of applause for him. Thank you.
Okay, we've had it. Please, if you are coming from any of these states, from Southeast. You know very well that you don't own a house yet, or you want to go into housing investments. These are the right people you will meet. We also want to encourage developers in the house who are not registered with Real Estate Developers Association in the states at the zonal level. Please, you have the opportunity now. You will not say, I don't know them anymore. These are the people you will meet so that you can legitimize your business. Also, we want to tell every one of us in the house who wants to own a home that security of your investments are guaranteed. That is the essence of the chairman coming to us. The government of these various states has guaranteed that how we are bringing Redan community is 100% safe. So feel free to get involved. We also have created an enabling environment. You won't say you did not hear, you won't say you don't know what to do. Federal Mortgage Bank and AG Homes are here, and then Redan is providing the houses. It will be easy. You have a place you can talk about the house you want to own. You have the people that can provide the mortgage. You also have the Federal Mortgage Bank who will provide the money to offtake those houses, and you have a longer time to pay. So please do whatever you can to build your finances through real estate industry, especially for those of us in Southeast. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Please, a hand of applause for the Redan Southeast. Thank you very much. And yes, please, can you step down so that you can have your group photograph? And then next we have to have briefly agro processing and sack farming. That will be done in a minute. Agro processing and sack farming. And to do that, we are calling on Dr. Ijoma Ofo. Please come straight to the podium. Agro processing and sack farming. And after that, we have our refreshment. We'll have our refreshment, and then
the Redan members and ESCOs who are here, please come out and join in the group photograph. From the various states, all the ESCOs members, please, can you join the group photograph?
please, can we make that snappy? Can we make that snappy? Thank you very much. Already, Dr. Ijoma Ofo has mounted the stage for her presentation for agro-processing and sack farming.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I'd like to, at this moment, for want of time, stand on the existing protocol. And please, I'd like your attention because this session is going to be a very brief session because of time constraints, and we've been here for quite a while. So quickly, straight to the point. We all know that we all as human beings, every one of us eats. And food is not something that we play with. It's a very essential thing. So we want to look at how best we can fix ourselves into the reality of the time. With the growing migration into the urban sector, the growing migration into township, there has been this scarcity of access, there's this problem of having access to the regular, typical and ideal farm setting. So this particular crop sack farming has pretty much come to stay. And a lot of people ask questions. What is the limitation to what can be grown in sacks? So we're going to look briefly, very briefly, today at crop farming in sack. And crop sack farming is simple, growing of crops in sack. And for today, we're going to quickly look at yam model. So when you talk about growing yam in sack, please next slide. We talk about growing yam in bags. We call them sack because there are different types of bags that you use. We have this problem that we all don't have big farmlands in our area. Some of us live in places that have concrete tiles, interlocking tiles, and you don't have to migrate to the village for you to have access to farming. So sack farming has come to stay. You can do your sack farming in the rooftop for those that have decks on their roof. You can do it in your backyard. Very, very simple. You can actually have a very good management of your space when you talk about sack farming. And it helps you to practice urban farming. You don't have to say you're staying totally away from farming simply because you live in the urban areas. For people that you walk into their compound, they have interlocking tiles in Transekulu GRA, you can actually practice sack farming. And yam sack farming, we know that the vines of yam, they grow vertically. So it's very easy to maintain a good little space for a good number of yams. When you bag this and soil and sack farming, you can maximize a little space of land. Next, please. There are different things. These are the briefly steps that you need to take. First of all, in every business, just like in farming, you have to select sites. You have to get your sacks. The sites are the macro location, while the sacks are the micro locations, the limited locations. Then you have to prepare other things. Next slide so that we can take it one after the other. The next slide, please. Site selection. In everything, you have to site, even in building of land, selecting site for shop location, site selection is very important. But for yam or crop farming in sacks, you have to choose a very good place that has abundant sunshine. Very important, because the vines, the leaves of yam, if we have been able to see the leaves of yam, they have broad foliage. So they need exposure to good sunshine. Next slide, please. Then you get your sacks. As we can see, these are regular sacks that we are familiar with. We have the cement sack. We have the rice or feed sack. Then, bako bag. I'm sure every one of us is familiar with the bagging called bako bag. You can use that for crop farming, but why we do not advise you to use that for yam farming is because of the length of the tubers. So for other crop farming, you can actually use your bako bag. This is because they are able to retain moisture because they're not so porous. They're able to retain moisture for a good number of periods. So you have a lot of fiber, like the sack you use for beans. You can actually use that for farming. So the more the stronger the bag is, the better for you, because that will make it last for a longer period of time. If you use weak bags, even when you fill the bags with the soil, by the time you are carrying it to your site, it could rupture. So use good, strong, clean bags. And very importantly, if you have things in the bag before, then of course you cannot give dirt and expect cleanliness. So whatever is in that bag before you plant may interfere with the growth of the yam. So you need to clean the bags before you use. Next slide, please. This is the primary environment of your crop, your yam. And your soil is just a type of growth medium. We have different types of growth medium, but the most popular is the soil, and preferably topsoil. You don't go to a mountain and get rocks and use it for yam planting. No, the regular topsoil, some are bought. If you do not have access to getting topsoil from your environment, you can actually reach out to agro dealers. They have topsoil that they actually sell. So you can actually source topsoil. But it's important that you know that this is the environment, the first environment that your yam will have contact with. So you need to spray it out and allow sun to heat it. It helps. It helps to cure the soil. The word cure there is it helps to eliminate the effects of some of the soil microbes. Some of them might have to die for your yam to live. So it's good to cure your soil. Expose it to good sunlight before you mix with your manure, then you bag. Then another growth medium, like I said, soil is a growing medium. In some other environments, for some other crops, but not yam, you can use cocoa peat. Cocoa peat is the hull of coconuts, the inner hull, that outer hull, sorry, that outer hull that looks very fibrous, that's the cocoa peat. You can actually use rice husk. But if you're going to use those type of growing medium, you have to first of all put pebbles, stones under before you fill those growing medium. That's the rice husk and others. It helps to separate the ground from the soil so that it won't start growing things under. It's very important. Next, please. Now, this is a very important part of farming. We all know that a hungry soil will not grow you anything. Soil in sack has limited reach to outer influence. Like it can eliminate itself. It can finish up. So you have to mix animal manure to your growing medium, because for about 5 to 7 months, this is what it has. For about 5 to 7 months, it's going to be in that micro location, which is so. Please, it is very important before you your soil mix with animal manure. It is not that if you do not have access to animal manure, you cannot grow yam, but this is ideal. Now, the manure should be well cured. That means you should allow it to stay for a while, aerated and possibly sun before you use. Then you can also use compost. I don't know if you know what compost. There's a difference between regular animal manure and compost. Compost are decomposed organic wastes, like your peels of plantain, leaves, all those things form compost. You can actually get a pit and dig a pit and drop remnants from your kitchen waste, from sweeping, anything that can decompose. You can actually harvest that and mix with your soil and form a growing medium for your yam. Next slide, please. Now, when it comes to variety of yam, most of us in the farming area know that the Abuja and Benue varieties are usually most preferred. They are sweet and they are white yams and they grow to very big sizes. Not that we are saying that other yams are inferior, but you know, when you want to do something on a commercial basis, you go straight for the best if you can have access to the best. Then these are the bigger ones. They have very clear internal white tissue. Then we have the Wokari yam from Taraba State. We have the Nasarawa yam and the Oyo yam varieties. These are the top tier of varieties. Next, please. The irrigation is very important, except if you are planting into the rainy season. Irrigation is very important. You can irrigate using line. You can irrigate manually using watering cans. You can irrigate and spray. So it's very important because they are in sack. So when the moisture in the sack finishes, the yam may not increase in yield. So your yams need moisture so that the foliage, the vine, the leaves will be able to have moisture so that they can be exposed to the sun and get nutrients for the yam. Next slide, please. The planting itself. This is a key point where some people fail it. If you get a yam tuber, I'm moving away from yam seedling because the normal thing we look out for, what we're grown to know, is yam seedlings. But sometimes yam seedlings are quite scarce to source. So when you have access to regular yam tuber, good variety, you can cut this yam tuber into what we call sets, SETTS, yam sets. Now, the size of the yam sets you will cut depends on what yield you're looking for. Now, those people that propagate and sell yam seedlings, they actually get these yam seedlings from yam sets. You can get big yield from yam set, but it depends on the size of yam sets that you cut. The smaller the yam set, the smaller the yield. The bigger the yam set, the bigger the yield. It's simple. You can have yam set as little as cubes, the size of matches. You know, matchstick box. You can actually have yam set that size, but the yield will not be as big as a regular big yam that you see in the market. So those ones that you see that are like matchbox are actually the ones that are grown into what we call yam seedling, the full yam that are sold as yam seedlings. But the bigger the yam set is, if you get a whole yam and cut into 3, you will definitely get a much bigger yam than when you cut the size of matchbox. But the key thing is, if you want to plant the yam, make sure you do not hurt the back of the yam that you are planting. Because every yam set, the back of the yam is lined with what we call buds, BUDS, yam buds. That is the germinating part of yam. It's not just we used to have this feeling in the past that it's only the head of the yam that germinates, right? That's not true. It's not just the head of the yam that germinates. The body, the entire body of the yam is surrounded by yam buds. So if you scratch it, you're actually scratching the bud. If you cut it, you are cutting off the germinating point. So just have it in mind that every part of the yam that is not wounded, the bud is germinatable, if you permit me to use that word. Please, next. Before you plant, you must treat your yam sets with pesticides. You must. And it's very important because yams are easily attacked by soil microbes, nematodes, tiny pests, so you must treat with pesticide. I'm not going to start listing pesticides, but that's a very important thing. Then you must dip. Let it be in the pesticide mix for about 2 to 3 minutes. Then you air in a shaded area for 24 hours, and then it will dry up before you plant. Next, please. And so also the soil should also be treated with pesticides too. Maybe later we can give you some of the hints, but this is because of time. We're trying to work on the entire model. Next, please. When you are planting, sorry about the picture. When you are planting, that is a bag that has soil. You must plant right in the center. Please do not plant towards the edge, because we know that yam is a tuber and you cannot be in the soil to direct the direction of the growth. So you must plant right in the center to give it enough room to grow. Please, next. Fertilizers. For inorganic fertilizers, we prefer NPK. Okay? Then there are also fertilizers that you can use. That is if you want to use inorganic. You don't use purely urea, you use NPK, 15, 15, 15 to be precise. Then yam does well, as I mentioned before, with organic manures and compost. Next, please. Next. Okay, wooden stakes. Because we know that it's a vertical plant. And the more vertical you will make it be, the better, because as the foliage, the leaves are exposed to sunlight, good sunlight, it will help it feed the tubers, because what the leaves are doing is trying to convert, we know the form of conversion of sunlight to energy to growth, right? So the more it's exposed, the more you take the wooden stakes up, you encourage it to have access to sunlight, then that will make you have a good yield. Then these stones and pebbles, I mentioned it earlier. If you can, please, it's very important, put it below, under the bag before you fill up your soil. You might think these steps do not matter, but why I broke it down, every single step you skip might skip something in your yield. Next, please. Harvesting. That's what we all want. But we should know that you don't rush yam. If you rush it, you eat one that is not mature. So yam takes at about 5 to 7 months, depending on the variety. So when you get a variety, as you're planting, your experience grows. But when you get a variety, it's not what Benue does, that Wokari does, that Nasarawa yam does. Then when you see the leaf at the vines of your already healthy yam, not sick yam, because when you don't feed your yams, when there are pests on the yam, the leaves will dry, right? When there are fungus attack, the leaves will dry. But when you know that your yam is healthy, when you know that they were growing well, and the vines, the leaves start drying up, not just the leaves, the vines start turning brown, you know that your yams are ready for harvest. Next, please. These are the tools, basically, if you are doing in a bag, these are the tools that you need. These are basically the tools you also need in regular crop yam farming. Next, please. These are advantages. We mentioned it before. It helps you. It can actually be your business. It can improve your level. Next, we've pretty much spoken about this. You have less cases of damaged crop during harvest. Next, please. Summary: yam or crop in a sack farm is a very profitable and possible venture, but it needs a little bit of commitment, just as every good business does. Thank you very much, and you can meet us for more follow-up. God bless you.
We are not expecting you at the market from next year where you are buying yam. From next year, that's 5 to 7 months from now, we expect you to be harvesting the yam you have planted in your house. We don't need to see you in the market. I think so far so good. It's been an awesome 3 days of Amadeo Business Summit 3.0. We thank God for the time we've had together, the resource persons that have been around, and of course the caliber, the quality of knowledge that has been passed on to us just for free. Can we put our hands together for Amadeo Initiative and the team, especially to the convener, Reverend Dr. Ugochukwu Chime. I'd like to tell you that Amadeo Business Summit 4.0 will be on from 14th of October 2025. I think it's a better time to put your hands together again. Just before we close, let's welcome to the microphone Dr. Ike Chukwuchime for vote of thanks and then closing prayer.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I think it's been 3 wonderful days of engagement. I would like to say a big thank you to everyone. On behalf of Amadeo Initiatives and all our event partners for Amadeo Business Summit 3.0, we'd like to say a big thank you for making our time to be here. We would like to thank all our event partners. Thank you so much for believing in us and identifying with this brand and with this event. Also, we'd like to thank all our participants, all those who have been here throughout the days, or if today is your only day of coming, we'd like to thank you for coming. Like the anchor person has said, we're all looking forward to Amadeo Business Summit 4.0. And by the grace of God, we are sure it's going to be much better than what we have had this year. Now, Amadeo
some Amadeo initiatives, we have a number of programs lined up throughout the course of the coming year. So we'd like to encourage you, please join us on the social media handles, Amadeo Initiatives. You can join us on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn. We'd like you to join us on those platforms so that we can keep you up to date on the various activities we have lined up for the coming year. Okay, so I've been informed to let you know that all radar members at the state and zonal levels, you're having a meeting immediately after this at your stand in the booth behind us. So I'd like to say a big thank you to you, and our prayers is that the Lord will take all of us back home safely, and that the essence of our coming here will be very fruitful and impactful in our lives going forward. We also would like to get your feedback. Please, if there's anything you would like us to know about how this experience has been and what you think we can improve for ABS 4.0, please, we'd like to hear from you on our social media handles. Thank you so much. Okay, so the event website, AmadeoBusinessSummit.org. Please, you can also catch up with us on that platform. On that note, we'd like to draw this year's Amadeo Business Summit to a close. Please, can we put our hands together as we appreciate the Lord for making ABS 3.0 a huge success that it's been. Last thing, can I ask you to rise up on your feet with me? Let us breathe a word of prayer. Let us thank the Lord for this event. Please, if you are a gentleman, you have your cap, we'd like to encourage you to honor God, and let's take it off. Father, we thank you for this year. Thank you, Lord, for everyone that have come from far and wide to be part of this event. We'd like to say, Lord, thank you. Thank you for making the provisions available and the collaboration that we've had that made this event such a huge, monumental success that it's been. Lord, we say thank you. Lord, our prayer is that this event will bring forth transformative changes in our lives. And so, Lord, we are asking you tonight, as we are going, as we're drawing the curtain to a close, may you continue to inspire us and help us, oh God, to be able to offer service that will yield positive impact on lives and more profitability to the things that we do in the name of Jesus Christ. We'll commit everyone into your hands. Lord, as we go home, take us home safely and continue to prosper us in every ramification. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. In the name of the Father and of the Son. Thank you so much. God bless you.